Like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show. Weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillars. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is, and you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well, but what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. Share the content. There are so many people who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we all want at the end of the day? Of course we do. Of course we want the world to be a better place. So share the content out, y'all. Share the content out. All right, folks. Today we are going to get into an interesting topic. I've covered this before. I'm sure I will cover it again. And I definitely want to do it at least once to make sure that it's on the actual record. Because, you know, they try to stop me, y'all. They try to stop me. They ain't going to stop me. Okay? The messages that need to be put out there, I'm going to get them out there. It just is what it is. Ain't nobody going to stop me as long as God let me. Now, God can stop me. He can tell me, hey, don't do that no more. But if he don't say it, ain't no stopping. Okay? So we're going to get into black men are not alphas, males. And here's why. I'm going to say it again, y'all. Black men are not alpha males. And here's why. Now, I do know that that title could possibly trigger a person or make somebody automatically think that something bad is there. No, there's nothing bad going on in that title. Okay, nothing bad going on in that title. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate thing, but too many black men, we start focus on this term alpha from a woman's perspective. And a lot of black men are not even really trying to achieve manhood. They're really trying to achieve what women say men are. You know, unfortunately, as y'all know, a lot of people, whether they realize it or not, whether it's a forefront thought in their mind, a lot of folks have bought into the gynocracy. Okay, women should be running the black community, which is also white supremacy. Okay, if a community of men does not exist, that community doesn't exist anymore. All communities are led by the men, and unfortunately, though, there's an exception with Black America, where you have a community based on white supremacy, where you have women, quote unquote, running the community. Because even the men are trying to make sure everything's done by women's specifications. And the sad part is we have more and more men coming out who, whether they use the term or not, try to present themselves as alphas amongst men based on women's corruption of what an alpha is. And that's a real thing. Now, an alpha was considered the top guy in a particular situation. Okay. And it made sense. A guy was an alpha because he would lead other men. Alphas have always been leaders of other men. Alphas had nothing to do with women. But if you listen to Black men now, and we have the social media to prove it, you hear man after man after man after man talking about they're an alpha or trying to present that they're alpha because of what they believe women want. I'm an alpha because women say I am. And you will hear it in unfortunate ways, but it's a very real thing, and it needs to be looked at. Okay? Because how do we hear that men are alphas? Now there's a couple things a lot of folks throw out there on a regular basis. Being 6 foot tall. Okay, making six figures. Okay, when you talk about your bedroom game, you got at least 6 inches. Those are some consistent things that are brought up amongst a man being an alpha. Now, you got to think to yourself, if that's what's presented as what an alpha is, who set those terms? Who set those terms? Now, this is the thing. I do think that thought process where women want that stuff, that's fairly true. That's fairly true. But because men are women led, unfortunately, the men that are women led, I'm not saying every man is women led. Okay. For the slow folks, the men that are women led, they want to do things and enforce rules based on what women want. Now, unfortunately, a lot of Black men didn't get to grow up with a father. So we don't really have real ideas of manhood outside of what some woman told us. It just is what it is. We don't have any real ideal of manhood except what women told us. And when women explain manhood, the average Black woman is going to tell you manhood has something to do with pleasing them. They'll never tell you anything too much where it has anything to do with manhood at all. It's just a bunch of lists of things that you can do so women will gain a benefit from you. And that's just a reality at the end of the day. Now, people can say what they want to say about it, but that is a reality. You know what, y'all? I done went too deep into this already. I did not even take a moment out to give credit what credit is due. Let me do that right now. I started going deep already, and I'm going to get back to going deep with it. But I do got to give a shout out to my people, y'all. I didn't even give a shout out to my people. Okay. And y'all know how I go. Over here at the Roger Report Live, it's always great to see people coming in the door. And it's always great to recognize the people who contribute to the Roger Report Live, because I can't do it the same way without these folks. So first of all, let me give a quick shout out to the sponsor of today's stream, okay, which is my main man, J-Lock. He is a sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate my brother, and I appreciate everyone who gives a financial contribution over here at the Roger Report Live. I appreciate every single one of you. So shout out to J-Lock. He is a sponsor of today's stream. And let me give a shout out to Sarah B. Hey, Sarah. She is a Highlander of today's stream. So shout out to Sarah B. She is finally a Highlander Okay. Well, I mean, she may have done it once before, but she is a Highlander today, that's for sure. So shout out to you, Sarah B. Glad to see you in the building. Glad to see you in the building. And let me also give a shout out to my main man, Gold P is in the house. Great to see you, brother. Great to see you. Tunnel Runner is also in the building. Good to have you, brother. Good to have you. My main man, the guy who keeps everything smooth around these parts, y'all. The guy who keeps it all smooth. Head of the pit crew, my main man, Chef Mike's Roundtable is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Chef Mike's Roundtable. Always great to have you here. Shout out to Music Man 1982. He is in the building as well. I see Afro Merchant pulled up a seat at the cool table. Great to have you in here. I'm not gonna say the whole name, y'all, but this person's name is F YouTube. Okay. I ain't gonna say the whole name, but it's 3 letters behind that F, y'all. It's 3 letters behind that F. Is F YouTube. Not me saying F YouTube. That's just his name. Okay, so shout out to you. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Shout out to Shark Sims. I see you in the house. Great to have you. The Righteous Teacher is in the building as well. Shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast. Great to have you, brother. Great to have you. You know, good to see you guys filing in as we get started. Shout out to Patrick Saint as well. Great to have you. Great to have you, y'all. Now, let me keep on going. Let me keep on going. Because these things do need to be discussed. We have a lot of black men, okay? We express this stuff about being an alpha, but being an alpha is always regarded on some what women want. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. You know, a lot. Y'all listen to me carefully, because I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming him. It's not his fault. Okay, but a lot of people have heard Kevin Samuels. And Kevin Samuels specifically did a platform to remove women's main excuse about why they can't make things happen with a man. And black women's main excuse was financial. I'm not saying it was a real thing, but that was the main excuse that they were using. Shout out to J Dub is in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Now, he said he did something to remove women's main excuse. And he did actually say on his platform, he's addressing women about the men that they say they want. Not who they actually wanted. He said the men that they say they want. Now, the thing is, him, I'm going to say Kevin Samuels, a misinformed man, okay? And a lot of other men behind him were misinformed on this one particular thing. I'm not saying the man was generally misinformed, but I'm going to say, I mean, he said it himself. I grew up from a single mother home myself. He said that. So he was a man who, for a good period of time in his life, was looking everything through the eyes of a woman. And at the end of the day, when you look through things from the eyes of a woman, you're going to mess up some stuff. I'm not saying he was a bad guy. I'm not criticizing him for what he did. I got a lot of respect for what he was able to do before he passed. But the truth is the truth at the end of the day. His whole platform was about what women wanted, or what women claimed they wanted. You can at least say that, what they claimed they wanted. And a lot of people, because Kevin Samuels got big, they start pushing certain things that really ain't that true. Okay. Now, can you say you want a woman? Can you say women want a man with money? Yes. Okay. Is there truth to an 80-20 rule in places in life? Yeah. Black community a little different. Black community is a little different, y'all. And the reason I say this is because you got to deal with the truth about stuff. It's not about somebody liking me or I'm saying something that's against what other people do. No, I'm telling the truth about stuff. When I tell you things, you can see it happening in your life. You can see it around you. Okay, you can see it around you. Now, is there anything wrong with being 6 feet, having 6 figures, and having at least 6 inches? Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. Would I put men down for being that way? No, not at all. Okay, not at all. But the truth is, none of that stuff makes you an alpha male. If you are looking at things based on a woman as your leader, yes, it makes you an alpha male. If you're a woman-led man, that makes you an alpha. That's simple at the end of the day. Now you got to pick what you are, which is totally up to you. If you are a woman-led man, being 6 feet, having 6 inches and making 6 figures will make you an alpha. That's it. Now, are you a woman-led man is the first question. You know? And now, again, y'all, certain stuff that was popping off, because that 6-figure term got popular, and women say they want a man with 6 figures. Now, black women have never just wanted a man with 6 figures. It sounded good, it got popular, and black women just repeat a lot of stuff they hear men say. And a lot of guys just ain't figured that out yet. They just repeat stuff men say. I've told y'all from the beginning, women ain't looking for 6-figure men. Black women ain't looking for that. When they say they want a man with money, they're not looking for 6-figure men. They're looking for men with at least 7 figures, meaning earning 7 figures per year, at least that. It could be possibly 8, but I would say if you earn a good strong 7 per year, a strong 7 will calm most of them down. But you can't do it with 6 figures. 6 figures is just not enough to have what they want, because when they start thinking about money, they get very greedy. It's nice to get her a Mercedes, but in 3 years later, you got to get her a new one. Okay. It's nice to give her a nice home with the white picket fence and all that around it, but that's not going to be enough. She's going to want to have a second home and a third home and all that type of stuff. She's going to want to have a vacation home. See, if we listen to the things that people say, it'll tell you a lot about what they want. And 6 figures does not cover the cost when women get on the internet begging the way they do. This is begging at the end of the day. But they be begging for stuff that 6 figures, even if you make $999,000 a year and some change, 6 figures ain't gonna cover that. It just ain't. But 6 figures was turned into a good, easy term for people to use. But it just don't cover that. Now, the thing is, what makes you an alpha male? Okay. Shout out to Better You. I see you, brother. He said strong 7 figures. She'll take a week 7. Yeah, well, see, and this is the thing, y'all. A lot of black women, especially, they'll take any guy. And that's why this is a problem, because you have so many men telling a lie. They haven't really thought about it. It's a lie to tell men that you have to be a quote unquote alpha male, even amongst how women are describing an alpha male, because you don't need to be one. All you need to do amongst black men, okay, or if you want to mess with black women, technically it works for any man. If you want to mess with black women, the only thing you actually need is nothing. I'm gonna say that again, y'all. And I know this could very well some controversy might come in. If you want to mess around with black women, the only thing you need is nothing. That's all you need. You don't need anything. The average black woman will take anything, but she will also take nothing. They don't have standards, man. Now, I'm not saying you can't find a black woman out there with standards. If you look hard enough, I'm sure you'll find a black woman with standards. The same way I do believe if I look hard enough, I can find you a guy with no legs. I believe that. Now I don't technically happen to know where a man with no legs is at this particular moment. But if you gave me a few days, I bet you I could find one. Okay. and you know what? If I gave you a few days, possibly you'll find a black woman with some actual standards. Now, a lot of people say, well, no, they got standards. No, a standard is something that you have to do to be accepted. Okay? A standard is something you have to do to be accepted. If a school tells you the standard is a 3.5 GPA, and they don't let nobody get in who don't have a 3.5 GPA, then that's a standard. You can't go to this school because you ain't have a 3.5. Okay? If someone tells you, hey, you're seeking employment, okay, cool. We like your application, we like your resume, but we give people a test. You must pass this test in order to work for the company. Now, if you don't pass that test, they don't let you work regardless of what's on your application or regardless of what's on your resume. Then see, that's called a standard. Standard ain't changing for conditions. Standards just stay what they are. That's what make them standards. Okay. if they don't stay what they are, they kind of just suggestions at the end of the day. They're suggestions, but they're not standards. Black women generally don't have standards. You know, do you have to be 6 feet to get with a black woman? No. Most men ain't 6 feet, so it's clearly not a standard. Okay? Must you have 6 inches to get with a black woman? I don't believe you do, because according to it came out the medical field, but according to the science of it all, it says that the average man's member, I think the number was 5.75. I think that was the number. It was 5.75. So if the average man has a 5.75, now I understand black men may be a little bit more blessed in that situation, but if the average man is a 5.75, then clearly you don't need 6 inches to be with black women. So that's just out the door. Okay. Now, if you talk about 6 figures, well, most men in the country don't make 6 figures. So do you need 6 figures to mess with black women? Absolutely not. You don't. But if you're a woman-led man, you would take that information and feel like you're an alpha because you're pleasing to women. When an alpha is supposed to be a man who leads other men in a certain area. Now, if y'all have watched me for a good period of time, y'all done heard me talk about Michael Jordan plenty of times, because I'm from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? My favorite basketball player when I'm growing up. Not because he was the best to ever do it. It was because he was a Chicago Bull. You know, it just is what it is. He was a Chicago Bull. So that automatically gave him favoritism toward me because I'm biased for Chicago. Point blank, period. Okay? Now, Michael Jordan was an alpha. But I've never talked about Jordan being an alpha where it had anything to do with women. You know, alphas work together. If you happen to hear it, if you was here long enough and you heard it, y'all heard me talk about how Michael Jordan was working with other alphas. I saw Michael Jordan as an alpha. He was a leader of other men. I saw Scottie Pippen as an alpha, who was also a leader of other men. If you don't think Scottie Pippen was a leader of the men, talk to Chicago Bulls, who played with Scottie Pippen. If you pay close attention, a lot of them were led by Scottie. You know, especially if you hear them talk about the time when they played with people who played with Mike, and then Michael Jordan stepped away, you know, for about a year and a half, and then, well, a little more than a year and a half, and then he came back to the Bulls. If you hear how people talked about Scottie being a leader, you know, it was clear that Scottie was a leader of those men. Now, Phil Jackson was a head coach, clearly a leader. He's in the leadership position. Okay. But are you going to tell me Tex Winter was not an alpha, even though he came up with the triangle offense that the team submitted to? Did you catch that, y'all? Tex Winter came up with the triangle offense that the team submitted to. Even the head coach submitted to the triangle offense. Well, this is what we need to push, because we want to win. Okay, we want to win. All right. So I see those men as alpha men. What they did had nothing to do with women. I've never seen Jordan as an alpha because I believe he can have sex with a bunch of women. Now, could Jordan have sex with a bunch of women? Absolutely, he could. I'm not saying he couldn't. But that ain't no alpha to me. Okay? And I'm saying the reason that's not an alpha to me is because I'm not a woman-led man. All right? What Michael Jordan can do in the bedroom, you know, don't mean nothing to me because I'm not a woman-led man. All right? His height don't mean nothing to me because I'm not a woman-led man. All right? And the sad part is the things that are being pushed right now today as a man being an alpha, number one, ain't got nothing to do with manhood. Number two, I know it ain't even true. See, I don't know about y'all, Everybody started messing with girls at some particular age. Okay. We all started messing with girls at some particular age. All right. I did not have the advantages of certain people when I was growing up. I didn't come from money. My father didn't have a like a recognized name, like a Rothschild or anything like that. Okay. You know, uh, it wasn't something amazingly spectacular about me that was clear that everybody could see when I was a kid, you know. So I didn't draw women like that. You know, sometimes you do have something amazing about you where you'll start drawing some women right away. Like Shaq was 6 feet before he went in high school. Okay. So of course people saw something in him. Girls are gonna like him because he's tall. He stuck out at the end of the day. It just is what it is. So now the thing is, you know, we have these men constantly pushing this stuff that ain't really even true, that you have to be this and you have to be that. But when you pay attention, they talk about it from a woman's perspective. You know, now I know a lot of y'all happen to check out BGS. In the last couple of days, he was covering some I think it was a psychologist or something. Okay. Now me, I don't like the guy. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't like the guy. I don't like the stuff he preaches because I think he preaches some truth with a lot of nonsense. It just is what it is. He preaches some truth with a lot of nonsense. Okay. And I think that comes from him being him, just like a lot of other people. And you know what? I apologize for even pointing him out because I try to say stuff where I don't actually point out nothing on the content creator person. I try to avoid all that type of stuff, you know, because, you know, he may hear this, he may get pissed off or something like that. I'm not saying this to piss him off or nothing. I just don't agree with the things that he say because I heard him saying stuff that just don't add up at the end of the day. But a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. Okay. Shout out to Kevin 3905. He said, "Come on, Roger. You know you was the best rapper in Chicago. Don't sell yourself short." Hey, you know what, Kevin? I'm gonna tell you this, brother. I'm gonna tell you this. I was one of the best, but I do understand that there's a lot of things that go into rap, and it ain't just about being the best. That's what I learned when I was a rapper. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that when I was pursuing rap as a career, what I learned is being better than people didn't necessarily get you to certain places. There is a lot of business and politics that go with that too. I'm not gonna say I was the very, very, very best, but I do believe I was up there. Real talk, because I heard other people from Chicago. I know the people that's famous from Chicago. So I actually do believe I was up there, but being talented ain't enough in all situations. And that's just real talk. Being talented ain't enough in all situations. Okay. There's a lot of other stuff that you got to pay attention to. And that's real talk, you know. But I'm gonna let that go because I didn't make it professionally, so I ain't gonna never really put out there like that I was the best because I understand how people gonna look at things. If you didn't make it, it's hard for people to believe that you were one of the ones that were the best. It's just hard for people to believe it at the end of the day. And I accept that. So that's why I don't promote myself like I'm the best rapper ever. Because, you know, the quote unquote proof behind it ain't necessarily there for most people. It is what it is. You know. Now, the thing is, I am not saying anything bad about a man who holds any of these positions that people can, you know, even if they're women-led men, makes him an alpha. I'm not saying anything bad about those men at all. Okay. And that's what I need y'all to understand. So if you 6 feet and above, if you got more than 6 inches, if you make more than 6 feet, I ain't saying nothing bad about y'all at the end of the day. What I'm saying is that don't make you an alpha amongst men. It only makes you an alpha amongst women. And if that's good enough for you, hey, it is what it is. Okay, if that's good enough for you, if being an alpha, according to a woman's definition, is good enough for you, knock yourself out. I mean, if you live in America, and shout out to all my people listening from around the world, because I love and appreciate y'all the same. If you if you're a quote unquote alpha according to women, knock yourself out. Ain't nothing wrong with it at the end of the day. It's not like any of those things are bad things. Okay. It's not like any of those things are bad things, you know. And I will always encourage black men to at least pursue making six figures. You know, not so you can get some woman or get into some woman's draws. You know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about you making no six figures over that. But there are certain things that we can do politically, movements that we can create, and it would take some extra money to do it. So it's always good to have some disposable income, especially if you're a single black man. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you one of the reasons I know that when people talk about this stuff about being an alpha from a woman's perspective ain't real, because I grew up. Okay. I don't have to get past my childhood to understand that stuff wasn't real. I don't have to get past my early 20s to understand that stuff wasn't real. I done had a bunch of women. And I done told y'all before, I don't make six figures. I want to make six figures, but I don't. I'm working on it, but I don't. That ain't never stopped me. Getting women is easy. And truth be told, when you talk about black women specifically, a lot of them are hoes anyway, so it ain't that hard to get women. So what a lot of men are doing is they're trying to brag that they can get hoes. And I'm gonna tell y'all where this actually comes from, and this could make a lot of people uncomfortable. A lot of men do this because they didn't spend any time around men. They do this because of their mamas. Black men are getting on social media and doing the same thing that black women do. What do black women do to brag about a man? Well, girl, I could take your man. I can have sex with your man. You think you all that, but I can get him in the bed myself. So black men are basically saying the same thing. I'm more of a man than you because I can sleep with a hoe. So they're looking at things from a woman's perspective. Now, again, this is not an insult. This is just what the truth is. Think about it. If you can sleep with another man's woman, how does that make you a better man? Think about it. Well, I can get your chick. Okay, Ann. How does that make you a better man? And the sad part is the default to this thing that you cannot get around is that all you're saying is that you can get somebody's hoe. Because if a man has a woman, whether it's his girlfriend, whether it's his fiance, or his wife, if she can be gotten, she instantly becomes a hoe at that point. Now, maybe she was a woman the whole time up until she cheated. Okay? But the moment she cheated, she's a hoe now. So the only thing you're bragging is that you can nail somebody's hoe. And if that's all you need to be, if that's all you need to believe you in good shape and that makes you a man, I'm gonna say knock yourself out, and I'm gonna kind of almost pray for you. It depends, because you so sad that that's all you needed to feel like you was a man. Think about it, y'all. That's what you needed so you could feel like you're a man. That's a sad list if you ask me. You know, now people say, well, what's a man then? I've told y'all time and time again, being a man is about your character first, then it's about your accomplishments. You know, because I use Hitler as an example. Hitler was a very, very, very accomplished man. You can say whatever you want about Hitler, but he accomplished a lot in his life. But see, when you look at the character of Hitler, the perspective you look at it from, you're not going to say Hitler is the man, because Hitler would do things where he would kill people, and people who are considered innocent because they haven't done anything technically wrong. Okay? He set his eye on a group of people and started taking out that group of people. They hadn't did anything to him. Okay? I've never learned anything in history that said those people did something to him. Okay? So if they did something to him, I'm definitely not aware of it. But he started taking out a single group of people because he just wanted them gone. See, your character will have a lot to do with how you're determining history. Now, Stalin took out more people than Hitler, if my memory's correct, but people don't talk about him as bad as they talk about Hitler. Both accomplished men, but when you look at the character of what they did, it don't jive so well when it comes to manhood. Men have always looked at character. All right. Now, a lot of people say, well, maybe we need to go back to when men kind of control who women got with and things like that. I'm not saying that's a bad idea, because men have always looked at the character of a man. You can make $40 million a year and we still gonna look at your character. Just because you have the ability to make a bunch of money does not mean we're gonna just sidestep what your character is. Men have worked with men and we don't like their character at all. So what will we do? We do it, we do what we got to do, and it's about a means to an end. It's not about worshiping a person. It's not about becoming loyal to a person. It's not about even liking a person. It's about, if I work with this person I do not like or agree with, it will get this or that for me, so therefore I'll do it anyway. There's black men out there right now who have jobs that they do not like, but they go anyway because it's a means to an end. And this particular person say, this is the best way for me to take care of my family right now. This is the best way for me to get X amount of dollars right now. Don't like the job at all. Can't stand his boss. Don't agree with anything his boss talking about. But he goes to the job, does what he's paid to do so he can get out from around there, but his family's straight. Now, if the guy is of great character, I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna see an alpha. And alpha will do what he needs to do to make his goals happen. Point blank, period. Okay. Now, I may look at the person that he works for and I may not respect him as an alpha at all because he may not have the character. Maybe he has a business. Maybe he's making a good amount of money per year because he owns a business, but his character could be so off. I never see him as an alpha. And the thing is, black men have become so women-led that we keep trying to tear down other black men. And why do we do it? It's for the sake of women. We'll try to say, well, I got this and I got this and I'm so smooth and I could get this or whatever the case is. And why do they do that? Because they want to tear down other men. And that's where it comes from. Now, I don't care who said it or whatever the case is. That's where it comes from. That's why I even had to apologize for even saying what I said about the guy, because I try not to say nothing personally about any content creator because I don't want to have an image of tearing down other men. It's a lot of men out here that's misled on these things. I don't need to pick on any particular one. And it is not my goal to tear another man down. My goal is to help lift a man up. Okay? Because I'm a man that believes when it comes to black men, because I'm a black man, I should help black men look good in front of women, period. Yeah, we do have to address some issues sometime that ain't gonna make us look so good. But for the most part, you try to help another man look better. You don't go around trying to help a man look worse, which is generally what a lot of black men do. Now, I'm gonna say, unfortunately for them, a lot of them did look at Kevin Samuels, and then they started taking certain points and started repeating them, and then started misconstruing things, and they didn't get what they were doing because a lot of them never even knew Kevin Samuels literally said it out of his own mouth. I'm specifically doing this because I'm going to talk about what women say women want. His whole platform was about what women wanted when he got big and popular, when he started talking to the women. Because beforehand, he did so much talking with men. But when he started talking to women, he literally said, this is about what women want. So automatically, you should have already known this is not going to be no stuff about being no alpha, because this is stuff about what women want. And women cannot determine what an alpha is. Now, this is the thing. If you say men are the leaders, but a woman can determine what an alpha is, then you don't believe men are leaders. See, a lot of us, we try to dress stuff up and we try to get stuff past people. But when you look at the whole picture, Certain stuff just don't add up. I don't understand how a woman can determine who an alpha is if men are the leaders. See, I tell you all day, men can determine who qualifies to be a woman. See, we can say that. Now, I'm going to say, generally, I'm going to call people women. But if we really get down to the nuts and bolts, what she's just a female versus an actual woman, well, that's up to men to determine. Why? Because we are the superiors in that situation. A lot of men live their life trying to do things because they're women led. Well, I'm gonna do this because if I do this, then I can get the woman. That's a woman led man. You do certain things so you can advance your community. You advance yourself, which automatically advances your family, and then that automatically advances your community. As long as you have the right character, what you do will make good impact on the community. Because there's sellouts all the time. We call them coons, y'all. You know, at least the FBAs, we call them coons. We see a man doing stuff that he can get himself a good helping hand with. He might get himself into a certain position, but overall, he's hurting the black community, you know, the overall black community. We call them dudes coons. We do it for a reason. Now, if you ain't put the pieces together, that's because it's about your character. It ain't just about your accomplishment. Okay? There's very well accomplished people who got some bad character and we don't respect them. It just is what it is. It's plenty of people with some great accomplishment, but you don't respect them. Okay? Because their accomplishment is not good for us from an overall standpoint. And that's what happens when you start being a woman-led man. You will do anything because you just want to make $1 so you can get a hoe. You know, you don't think about what you're doing. You know, well, yeah, well, this got me some money and I can use this money to get me some hoes. So good enough for me. And the thing is, y'all, men like that can't really be trusted. You know, it's great that you do X, Y, and Z and you made $80 million a year. That's all fine and dandy. But if you're still my enemy, I don't respect you. I don't like you. You know, I ain't coming to your funeral if you die. You're not good for me. So there's nothing for me to like. You know, I can respect your quote unquote level of accomplishment, but bro, I can't look at you as no alpha because you do a lot of evil stuff. The question is, do you respect evil, y'all? That's what it's going to come down to. Do you respect evil? Because there's a lot of evil people who do get some things done. Do you respect it? Okay. I'm never going to say, hey, be like this evil person over here. Now, I understand some people say, well, no, evil is subjective. No, but what you think, though? What do you think? Yeah, evil subjective to other people. It ain't subjective to you. You've made your decision on what evil is. Okay, you've made your decision on what evil is. What about you? How do you view it? Okay. And shout out to Kevin 3905. He say, stop talking about Diddy, Raj. He led by women and men, allegedly. Now, I am not going to agree to that. I'm not going to say that. I am not saying that at all, y'all. Diddy, as crazy as he may be, the one thing I am going to say about Diddy do what he want to do, okay? Diddy ain't never gave me an indication that anybody's leading him. I'm going to just keep it real on that one, y'all. Diddy ain't gave me no indication that somebody's leading him. Diddy out here doing whatever he want to do. You know? Which was one of the reasons I knew they really didn't have nothing on Diddy. Diddy, when, you know, all that talk about Diddy going to trial, man, Diddy got stuff on everybody. You ain't telling Diddy what to do like that. Diddy got you straight. And you know what, Trailblazer, I was just about to. Because, y'all, there was some cash apps that came in Monday, and for whatever reason, I couldn't see who sent the cash app in. And so I do apologize. I couldn't say it on air, but I couldn't see it till like Monday night, 8 o'clock, that I could finally see who sent the cash apps in, because I wanted to see it on air, but I just seen something came in, but didn't know who did it. Okay, so let me take care of that right now, y'all. So sorry about the wait, but I do appreciate it. So shout out to FLX who came in with $2. You know, he just said from the comment section, I appreciate you, FLX. Appreciate you big time for that. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He came through, you know, with the salute on Monday as well. Dropped 10.57. So shout out to him. And shout out to the Trail Bentley 57-cent tax. Appreciate it big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. Shout out to Tunnel Runner. Tunnel Runner hit me with $2, and he said Highlander tax, because, you know, he was the Highlander of the show on Monday. So shout out to him for that. Appreciate it big time. Appreciate it big time. Okay, y'all. Now I would have said that stuff, but again, y'all, I couldn't see it till 8 o'clock at night for some reason. I don't know what was going on that day, but I just couldn't see who sent it. But as far as today is concerned, boom, shout out to my main man, Kevin 3905. He sends in $5, says support black male media. Appreciate that, brother, big time. Appreciate that, brother, big time. And shout out to my main man, Trail Bentley. You know, he sends in $5.57. He says, even when I disagree, I agree with lifting up men. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. You know, and that is something black men really need to get in tune with, being okay with lifting up other black men. Now, if y'all don't think I like lifting up other black men, why y'all think I came up with that ruthless nice guy and then put it as a concept of we should award brothers for being a ruthless nice guy? Because we should celebrate us, okay? You know, becoming a living legend is a great honor. We should celebrate each other. Point blank, period. The world should celebrate us, but they're not going to celebrate us if we don't necessarily do what we need to do to celebrate ourselves. Okay, they need to know we see how great we are. Okay. Shout out to Mr. Shook to you. He said, I owe Roger Cash App for all this fire content. Send it now. Oh, okay. Send it out at the end of that. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. All right. I'll say something about it when I get it. I'll say something about it when I get it. Okay. But I do appreciate that, brother. I do appreciate that. Now, I'm going to say this about Diddy, y'all. As far as I know, Diddy wasn't taking orders from people. Diddy put himself in a position where he can give orders to people. But see, if you look at the character of Diddy, now it's kind of questionable. So it depends on how you see Diddy. Okay, it depends on how you see Diddy. Right now, I'm fine with Diddy because I'm not aware that Diddy forced anything on anybody. I know the media tries to do certain stuff with him. You know, I now have to say that I am not a freak because Diddy taught us what a freak is. So I apologize to anybody I told I was a freak. I'm not. I'm not even close. You thought you was a freak, but you was like somebody playing at the YMCA. Diddy, an NBA freak. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not a freak, man. I'm just not there. I'm not there. But I'm man enough to admit that I was wrong. Okay, see, I'm man enough to see my character, y'all. My character allows me to admit that I was wrong. I'm not a freak. I thought I thought for a second that maybe I've done a thing or two that will make me a freak. I know I'm not now. And this is the thing, y'all. Diddy is just one guy. Diddy is in the world of freaks. So he's just one guy that we know did all this stuff. The other people out there doing it too now. It ain't like Diddy by himself, man. It ain't like Diddy by himself. But the thing is, Diddy, to my understanding, never forced anything on anybody. I don't believe for a hot second that Cassie had an 11-year, quote unquote, on again, off again relationship with Diddy, and she was forced into it. No, she did that because that's how she liked getting down. You know? Now, the sad part for her probably is now that her, quote unquote, her husband had to sit through all that type of stuff. I don't know what she gonna tell her husband now, because if they stay together, if you say, baby, look, I wanna go in that back door, Now, maybe beforehand she was saying, I don't get down like that. Okay. I don't get down like that. You can't say that now. Okay. You can't say that now. Look, baby, I set you through that. I sat through that whole trial with you. I showed up and supported you. I was in the front row when they was grilling you, and you did all this, that, and that. Now, I already married you, and I'm going to stick beside you, right? But what you not going to do is have me listen to all that stuff when you was in the stand, and then that we get back into private, you telling me you ain't going to do this and you ain't going to do that. That's what you're not going to do, okay? You not going to tell me I can't take it in from the backside, and I heard all that stuff in that trial. We ain't doing that one, okay? We ain't doing that. So Cassie may have a little bit more work at home. Now, Cassie may already be a super freak at home. I don't know. But if she ain't a super freak at the crib, she gonna have to start being one. If dude got any self-respect, if you got any self-respect, you gotta be like, man, I'm already stuck with you. I ain't going nowhere. Which he already gonna get laughed at for not leaving. Let's just keep it real. He gonna get laughed at for not leaving no matter what. But if you gonna stick in there, you can't stick in there and be like, well, you ain't got to do this and you ain't got to. No, baby, I'm getting it all. I'm getting the works, okay? I'm jumping off the turnbuckle anytime I want to. And you better be ready. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? All that love and support don't come for free, okay? Y'all, could y'all imagine him saying, hey, I want to do X, Y, and Z, and she's saying no? Well, you ain't tell the Punisher no. You ain't tell the Punisher no. So if you ain't tell the Punisher no, you ain't telling me no. All right? It is what it is. All right. Shout out to Mr. Shooting to you. He said, I said the same thing, Roger. If I'm getting starfish sex after hearing all that, I'm out. Yeah, some ain't adding up with that, y'all. Some ain't adding up with that one. And that's real talk. You can't just lay there after I showed myself publicly and sat through that trial. The last thing I'm about to do is hear all that. And then you hit me with the, I don't do that. Or I ain't never tried that before. But shout out to Mr. Sugar T, y'all. He come through on the Cash App side with the fire emojis, dropping the $50.57 with the trailability tax attached to it. So shout out to you. Shout out to you, Mr. Sugar T. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, now. If you an alpha, you're gonna have to tear that up. After that trial over, you got to start tearing that up if you're an alpha. But real talk, y'all, getting back to the point, though. Getting back to the point. The thing is, unfortunately, we have a lot of men talk about being an alpha from a woman's perspective. Now, this is the thing. I'm not going to say it's not bad to possess those things, because I don't think it's bad to possess those things. The issue is what you're going to do with it. All right. If you make six figures, are you going to use it to be helpful to the Black community? Because some people do, some people don't. If you happen to be 6 feet, are you somehow going to use that height to be helpful to the Black community? Because some people do, some people don't. Okay. If you got it like that in the bedroom, are you going to use it to help the Black community? Some people do, some people don't. Now you may say to yourself, well, how you going to help the Black community if you got that in the bedroom? Well, I mean, you can have a few kids out there, can't you? You know, you can raise your kids, right? Technically, You can't get the kids without knocking somebody down, you know? And if you raise those kids right, you know, that's helpful to the Black community overall. All right. But the thing is, y'all, you know, if Black men are trying to just achieve stuff from a woman's led perspective, then we don't actually make the community better. Now, if you don't know, I've said it time and time again. I'm explaining to maybe some of y'all that are new around here. There's two major subsections of the Black community. There's Black men who are productive, respectable, and functional that believe in Black men's leadership. That's the good part of the Black community. Those men, their wives, and children that live in their home. That's the good part of the Black community. Now, there's a not so good part of the Black community. The second subsection is an anti-family, single mother home, or dysfunctional single mother home community. Okay? An anti-family, dysfunctional single mother community. Now, whether you man, woman, or child, you can belong to either one of these subsections. If you a child and you in a dysfunctional single mother community, it's not your fault because you stuck. You a child. Your mama is a single mother and ain't nothing you can do about it because you a kid. Just is what it is. Now, the thing is, when you grow up and you become a man or a woman, you can get out. As a man, you can simply become a productive, respectable, functional man that believes in Black men's leadership. So you can get yourself out if you're a man, and you can come over here to us. Now, if you're a woman, you got to prove yourself to a man who is respectable, functional, and productive that believes in Black men's leadership. And you got to present yourself to him as you're worth being his wife. Other than that, you stuck. It just is what it is, y'all. Now, some people may say, well, that's wrong or that's cold. Y'all, life ain't fair. You're going to have to get over that. You, especially if you Black and living in America, you need to get over the fact that life is not fair. Because it ain't fair. It's never going to be fair. It is what it is. Okay? And that's just something Black folks got to get past. Life ain't fair. Now, I'm a fair-minded person myself, but I do understand that life is not fair. You're not going to get where you want. You're not going to start where you want to start. Things like that can happen to you. You're going to have to get over it. Okay? But see, this is why you can't just be, because women may say, well, what if I'm productive? What if I'm functional? What if I'm respectable? That's not good enough. You got to get a husband who meets those qualities, that believes in Black men's leadership. Because as a woman, you can be all those things, but that don't mean you over here with us. We don't know what you got going on until we can see who your husband is. Because a woman is going to be led by her husband. It's that simple at the end of the day. A woman's going to be led by her husband. Just is what it is. You know, folks look at Kamala Harris, you know, when the whole discussion about what she's going to do for Black people, she can't do nothing for Black people. She had a white husband. What white husband finna let his wife be a president of the United States and do a bunch of stuff for Black people? What white man is going to be on the side of that and just be okay with it? Okay? And I'm not saying dude is racist. I just understand how stuff work in this country. The chances of him accepting his wife being a president of the United States and doing stuff to help out Black people in general, just specifically Black, that's just not going to happen. He ain't going to sit idly by and just that going to go down under his watch. It's not happening. It is what, and I'm not saying anything about him personally. That's a public thing. When you're the president, you're a very public figure. Your job is basically public at that point. You're not gonna be cool with that. You're just not. Just is what it is. What white man gonna let that happen in front of all the other white men? You see what I'm saying? Because see, their ideal of alpha don't include women. Okay. See what I'm talking about? He ain't gonna let his wife do X, Y, and Z. See, he ain't worried about what women gonna think. He worried about how things gonna affect him and his people. Okay, how's this gonna affect our men? If you do all this stuff for Black people, how is this gonna affect white men? And anybody who loves their group of people gonna pretty much do the same thing. If I do this particular thing, how is this going to help my people? That's why I'm never mad at a person for trying to help their own. It makes sense to help your own. I'll tell you I'll help my own. And see, because you don't have enough men in black households, because black women agree with white supremacy. They agree that black men should not raise children. See, black women agree with white supremacy. They try to make it like it's not going on, blah, 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 fatherless homes. It wouldn't be a fatherless home unless a black woman agreed with white supremacy. Think about that, y'all. How do you have a fatherless home unless you have a woman, a black woman that agrees with white supremacy? Okay? Because if you had a fatherless home in the black community and you didn't agree with white supremacy, what you have is a widow raising her children. That's what you would have. A widow would be raising their children. You know, widow, just a married woman, something unfortunately happened, her husband passed away. You know, so she's going to raise the children in her home. But she'll have family support because she's a widow. Who don't respect a widow? You know, truth be told, that's the ultimate honor for a black woman, is to become a widow. For her to be married, okay, and be able to stay married, and then eventually, if the husband dies, she becomes a widow. That's ain't no bigger honor than that. You know? Think about it. Because people say, well, you know, the biggest honor is becoming a wife. Well, that is. But you have to become a wife to even have a chance at being a widow. The biggest honor is actually being the widow. You know, because your husband is supposed to protect you. So you really should die second. Now, it don't have to be a long gap between those deaths, but, you know, he should protect you. You should feel pretty good, you know, have a nice life. You know, he'll eventually die. And you should probably go sometimes somewhat close to him. Because I tell y'all, the people who actually stay married for decades, a lot of times they'll go near the same time. Man might die, widow might die within 6 months. Even if the woman dies first, the guy might go within 6 months because they had a real loving marriage, which is a great thing. But see, back in the day, people kind of knew that's where alphas would really be. It don't make you an alpha so you can go around and have sex with a bunch of different women and do nothing with them. An alpha would be viewed as a family man, a guy who raised his family, did a good job raising his children. When stuff came up, he protected his children. When his children started acting fool, he would get his children in line. When his children would start to go down the wrong path, he'd correct them. See, back in the day, the general population of black people understood that was an alpha male. Because we saw that man being a great leader. He didn't make excuses to not be a great leader. If his kid got out of control, he'd do what it takes to get his kid back in control. And we consider those men alphas. That's not the way it is now. You know, unfortunately, in the black community now, there's a huge group of people who consider you an alpha because you can have sex with some women. And you basically having sex with a bunch of hoes. Now, if men are going to agree that that's an alpha male, because see, men could agree to that. I'm not saying we can't. We have the ability to agree and be women-led just in general. We have the power to be women-led. So we're going to agree that an alpha male is a man who can have sex with a bunch of women. Then we agree that a married man who's actually faithful to his wife is not an alpha. So the good thing is having sex with a bunch of hoes, and the bad thing is actually finding a good woman to be married to and raise your children. You can't talk about families anymore. See, if you go down that road with saying the alpha is the guy who can just run through the hoes, you can't talk about you want a good family structure. Because running through hoes ain't never made you no alpha to me. Because there's nothing that you need as far as character to do it, and you don't need to accomplish anything to do it. Running through hoes is just something you get to do. And I know a lot of men nowadays are being told, and some of y'all buying into this nonsense. Well, no, you get to run through hoes because you this, that. No, you don't need to be none of that. They hoes, man. Hoes want to have sex with random dudes. That's what hoes do. I know this is hard for some brothers to really get and accept. Hoes want to have sex with random dudes. That's what they do. That's how we know they're hoes. Because they have sex with a bunch of random dudes. But Chef Mike has come to the forefront. So let me go ahead and give Chef Mike the floor. How you doing, my brother?
Hey, good morning, Roger. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to find yourself on this wonderful, wonderful hump day. It's good to be here, Roger. Listen, a couple of things that I want to definitely chime in on this one. You know, you've often heard me say when it comes to this whole alpha male thing, a lot of folks, most folks forget the context, in which this whole thing came about. This whole alpha, beta, male concept came about by studying wolves in captivity. So now you got to put the context properly. If you're going to call yourself an alpha male, then that means you are a male in captivity among other men, no women around. That's it. You're alpha male, okay? You amongst men, you're in captivity. That's where this whole notion came from. That's where the study came from. Now, if you look at wolves in the wild, you will not find alpha males, beta males. No. What you're going to find is a male wolf, his consort, the female that he chooses to cohabitate with, and their children. And it's usually the oldest son, the oldest male that's born, that's the one out front, because the father, the leader of the pack, is in the back, leads from the back, because he's protecting everything in the rear. And he has a son old enough, fit enough, strong enough to actually take point. Doesn't mean that he's the leader. He's just in his position as he's been told. That's the first thing. The second thing, I was listening to some folks talk, over a long holiday weekend, and it made me think about some things, and there's something that I want to throw out to you, Roger. A word that I want us to change in our lexicon, and that word is white supremacy. I want us to change that word supremacy, because it's not really that white people were supreme. See, for me, I can call myself a supreme chef because I don't care what it is you do. I don't care what cheat code you use. You're not going to beat me. You're not going to win over me because I'm supreme. In other words, I'm going to give you the advantage, and you're still not going to be able to defeat me because I am supreme. No, what we've seen historically is white dependency. White dependency. And I think I want to change that in our lexicon, because they weren't supreme. They were dependent. They were dependent on us to work the field, dependent on us to help them, to teach them. It's white dependency. And it's made to look as if it's a noble position. I'm going to pause right there.
That's a good thing to think about, because white supremacy has always been an ideal of them being superior. They've never actually accomplished it. So, but they definitely depend on a lot of other people to be in that position. So, I mean, that's some great thing to think about right there. Now, let me say shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast. He came through with the Cash App, $5. He said facts alpha equals productive. Okay. And we have my main man, Debonair, who's joining us. So I'm going to go ahead and give him the mic. You got it, my brother.
Hey, thanks a lot, Roger. A long time since I've been on the show. Always tuning in and catching the replay.
Well, we missed you, brother. We missed you.
Hey, this is a really interesting show topic, because what the red pill has turned what the red pill has done to a lot of black men is it's created a situation where many of us are actually more blue pill than even the blue pillars. So because we espouse a lot of these like very extreme ideas about this quote unquote alpha thing, we actually end up being a lot more gynocentric because, like anything else, we tend to overdose. And what you have now is guys who are ostensibly promoting black men to be in the reins of the community are now saying that the guys who are sleeping with these like the pookies or whatever, they're now the alphas because they've been nominated the lead men of the community. And a lot of the time you end up with black men who are even I won't bring up their names, but but they've been on the show before and they have their own channels. They start arguing that these men, the reason why they're alphas is they must be more attractive, they must be more charismatic, they must be taller, and then they end up ascribing a lot of these positive traits beyond just the use of the word alpha, making it sound like those guys are in the dominant position. But they'll also start saying making up things like, oh, these guys are just taller, these guys are sex gods, these guys are more handsome, these guys are more charismatic, and none of this stuff actually translate outside of our backwards community. And it's the strangest thing to hear because even blue pillars don't go this far. So the red pillars start sounding even more women-led than even the blue pillars.
I mean, it's a sad situation, and I can agree because people focused on something, and unfortunately, it's an ego issue with a lot of men. And this is why I say, I've said over and over again that don't let your ego get out of control. See, we have an ego, so we want to believe we can fix it. Men like to fix problems, so I want to know, how do I fix it? I can fix it if I become this particular way, or I become this particular guy. I have to get to this particular height. Somehow I can fix it. And if I can't fix it, I want to know that I don't even actually have the tool it takes for me to fix it. So if I'm the average height of a man, which is 5'8", and I'm not 6 anything, I don't have the tool to fix it. So therefore, I don't need to do anything. Now, if I'm over 6 feet, let's say you 6'8", well, I can do whatever I need to, whatever I want to do, because I'm an alpha, even though I didn't earn anything, I didn't accomplish anything. It's just I'm here. That sounds more like a woman, though, when you think about it. People say, well, women have inherent value, because they're women. Well, women do have value because they can produce children. It's not, what I'm saying? It's not just being a woman. It's the fact that you can produce children. So, of course, you're going to be looked at as a valuable position, especially when you're younger. So the thing is, we want to be able to, quote unquote, fix something and not accept that we can't fix everything. But we never want to stay in front of a woman that I can't fix something. And because we've been raised by women for the most part, we want to say I'm better than that other man at all times. Even if it's not a direct shot, you want to indirectly say I'm better than other men because I'm 6'8", he's only 5'8", so I'm automatically better than him. Back in the day, so I was never taught the way to look good as a man is to put other men down. So I hear a whole lot of dirty macking going on that's not being called dirty macking, but it's still dirty macking. And my thing is, it's shameful for black men to get on public platforms and always trying to put some other black man down, whether it be direct or indirect.
Well, that's because they baby mama babies. I'm sorry. That's just because these are baby mama baby issues. They didn't come from real families. These are baby mama babies. I'm just saying, we have to actually start to distinguish these people because it's a different psychology than folks who come from a traditional family. It sounds funny, we laugh at it, but it is a real thing. Folks who are raised by a single mother have a very different outlook on life than folks who come from a dual parent household. It is just a fact. These baby mama babies out here messing it up for everybody else. Now, I would like to also change us from thinking this whole alpha beta thinking. We're not in captivity. Listen, as men, we have leaders and we have followers, and they're interchangeable because you're not always going to be a leader and you're not going to be a follower. But sometimes you have to be a good leader, and sometimes you have to be a good follower in order to be a man. We have leaders and followers. Be able to play both roles effectively in order to be respected as a man. Because if it all goes down, if hit the fan, the mustard is off the hot dog, and you got to grab that bug out bag, can you effectively lead or follow to safety, to security. Because at that point, I don't care how many women you sleep with. At that point, I don't care how long your member is. Can your member shoot a gun? And I ain't talking about shooting up the club. Because at that point, real things matter. And all of this narrative, all of this gynocentric nonsense, rhetorical conversation goes out the window because you need real leaders and followers. And that's where we're struggling. We still trying to get on this page with women talking about alphas and betas. That's women talk. We talking leaders and followers. Even here on the Roger Report Live. There's sometimes, Roger, everybody knows that you're the leader of the Roger Report Live, the show. Everybody knows that. But there are times that you actually sit back and follow because it makes sense. Right or wrong?
Absolutely right.
Doesn't detract from you being a man. It makes you more of a man because more men can work with you. Because we see that you can lead and you can follow. Meaning you can play whatever role needs to be played to accomplish the mission. That's what we need to be thinking about. That's the way we need to think, gentlemen. I'll pause right there because I got to jump off, but I'm going to be in the clouds. I'm still going to be listening to the show, but I got to jump off the panel. So y'all have a great rest of your day. If I can, I will hop back on, but I'm out for right now.
All right. Appreciate you, Chef. Appreciate you. All right.
I like what. Thanks a lot, Roger. I like where he was going with that leader, follower, and the wolf thing. That analogy. Initially, I didn't know where he was going with that, but that's a really powerful analogy. And what I've noticed with us in particular is we have this, and the captivity perspective as well too was interesting. But what I've noticed with us as Black men in particular is we'll do this thing where, regardless of who it is that we're interfacing with, whether it's the women, like our female counterparts, or with like other races of people that have hostile racial attitudes towards Black men, we'll do this thing where we essentially sell ourselves out. So it's like, it's really strange because it's like with this with a gynocentric issue, what ends up happening is you have Black men, for some reason, we're so defeated and broken just for whatever reason that like what we want to do is, to your point about like wanting to, like wanting a tool, wanting things to be like a certain way, wanting to fix it. What we end up doing is we just defer to whatever idea the opposite side is promoting. So in the case of this alpha beta thing, because we don't feel the confidence to impose our will upon others, we have this thing where it's like Black men will be like, well, you must be deficient in some way if those women aren't interacting with you. When we now have a situation where white supremacy is co-opted like our female counterparts' minds so much that they just outright refuse to work with us. They actively fight against us having education. They actually don't like us. Don't like us when we're functioning in our right minds. And then you have this thing where Black men, even though we see all of this stuff, we pretend that it's everything's good, and then we actually promote narratives that are going to reinforce the having more issues with the same people we're having issues with at the moment.
And that is definitely true, because you can't improve a situation by listening to the women at the end of the day, because number one, it ain't the women's job to fix it all. They're supposed to be helped, which means, how do you help somebody? The person has to already be doing something for me to help them. I can't help you do anything that you're not doing yourself. Okay. And sometimes folks want stuff on easy mode. And then and I want Black men to take this seriously, we've been socialized to be afraid of them. So we do not challenge them on anything. And that's something Black men really got to understand about themselves, because you can't fix it until you accept it. We've been socialized to be afraid of women. So a Black man saying, hey, being 6 feet, having earning six figures and having 6 inches does not make you an alpha. In real talk, that challenges women's whole perspective, which is why most men ain't gonna say it. No woman can make me a man because I'm a man. I can help her be a woman because I'm the leader, but no woman can make me a man. I don't care how many women I sleep with. That's not gonna make me a man. There's no matter how many people I do something for, that is not gonna make me a man. A man's gonna come from myself. It's about my character, which comes from me. It's about my accomplishments, which come from me. Okay, if I won't do anything, I can't accomplish anything. So a woman is not gonna make me a man in any case. Now she can help me with some accomplishments, and then I can give her some credit there, which is nothing. There's nothing wrong with that, but I gotta be doing something. I'm never gonna be a man because I can knock down a bunch of bras. It's never been my idea. I've never seen proof that it makes you a man. I see a lot of people being silly. And I'm saying this because it needs to be said. I see people being silly because they so focused on what women talking about because it's easier at the end of the day. And when you really think about it, it's the same thing on how we measure women. We measure women based on what they look like. So when you say you tall, you're just talking about what you look like. The same thing. It's just like a woman's beauty. Well, my height adds to my beauty. So a lot of men don't even say the word handsome no more. You think your height adds to your beauty because you're thinking like a woman. I mean, that's on you at the end of the day. I don't recommend you do it. I would wake up. Real talk. I would wake up.
I also think a lot of us, just because I like one thing that I learned from you is when I'm being critical of black men, like be constructively critical. So when I say the following, it's not to say that we're dumb, but like we have this weird issue where people are really good at manipulating us with language. And because I do feel as though because we're so broken down, and many of us come from situations where, the mothers of our group really do break down the will. So face a situation where we're very susceptible to like people using language in order to manipulate us. And this alpha thing, just like with a high value man thing, initially starts off from the position of like male empowerment, but then it turns into a thing where this alpha thing is effectively the same thing as the high value man. Where if you don't meet this distinction of like being the chosen or whatever, right? Then you don't matter. You're even less of a man. You don't have any value. And what was initially like meant to like celebrate like, okay, well, who's the top man or whatever, turns into this thing where we're now promoting that you're garbage essentially if you're not this kind of man.
And that is unfortunately extremely true statement. And I've been warning people about this from the very beginning, but folks hear what they hear. But I've been definitely warning people about this from the very beginning. And I'm gonna say shout out to James Bennett. James Bennett says, I always tell women that they can't define my manhood. Now, James Bennett, I do believe that's a good thing. But do you tell women they can't define any man's manhood? And to you at that point, you're not all the way there. I'm not saying you're not all the way there because I don't know. You may already be there. But my thing is I specifically let women know they can't define any man's manhood. One thing y'all have never seen me do is care about the opinion of some woman about a man. Because I don't care about how women measure men. It makes no difference at the end of the day. It's only about how we as men measure men that matters. Because women ain't going to do certain things that go along with being a man. When it comes to fighting actual battles, wars, or anything like that, something to determine how society is going to go, women ain't in that fight. It's nice that they quote unquote join the military. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's nice that they quote unquote want to help. But at the end of the day, women have never fought for anything. And that's just a reality. Women take what they're given. That's it. It's that simple. I'm not going to say women don't have no value at all, but they don't have value in certain arenas. And that's just the way it is. And that's why y'all have heard me say consistently, if a woman wants something from a community perspective, she needs to talk to her husband. Her husband would talk to other men if other men need to be included. And then those things get done, which is one of the main reasons you have black women saying that black men don't do enough stuff for our community. Who you married to? Because I don't hear the wives complaining. The wives seem to be okay. When people complain, it seems to be a bunch of single women. Now, the thing is, you can't rescue a bunch of single women and be an alpha. Now, maybe if you became what you consider an alpha, then maybe you could help some woman at the end of the day. Y'all have never heard me say I'm an alpha or I'm not an alpha. I'm going to tell you why. Because I don't care. Doesn't make a difference what you think of me. You're going to look at me as a man. You're going to measure out what you measure out, and it's going to be what it is at the end of the day. None of that defines what I'm going to do next. I appreciate men looking at me well, but there's going to be some men who don't look at me well. Y'all have seen men get on my channel and even try to embarrass me sometimes. I don't care what them dudes think at the end of the day. I got to be me regardless of what they talking about. And all I do is see, hey, he's trying to embarrass me because he wants to impress a woman. And that's okay at the end of the day. I understand who his leader is. That's why it's okay with me. I get who his leader is. You want to embarrass me because you're trying to, quote unquote, take me down to impress some woman. I already know a woman your leader. Because y'all have never heard me specifically try to embarrass any man. I just don't do it. Because why would I? I like a man that does better than me. I like a man who's doing just as well as me. And I like men who aren't doing as well as me because they're men. I'm just trying to be helpful to myself and other men. And when I do that, I know I'm helping women and children at the same time. Period. I don't got to worry about it like that. But one thing you're not going to see me doing is trying to, quote unquote, take out other men. No, my thing is, even if I don't like the direction you're going, my thing is, hey, let me give you some information to help swing you my way instead of trying to take you out. Sound like evil if I'm just going to take you out. Now, I'm not saying we at some point you don't get to a point where you have to take a person out, but that's not going to be my first way to go. If you're a black man, I ain't going to try to take you out. No, I'm going to try to help you see the light. And a lot of us, we look at things the way women do because women like to see a show. Because y'all don't know how many times I heard a man say that if he's a leader, he's going to have a bunch of followers. It ain't never been true. Okay. A leader is a person who's going to do the work, whether he going to do it by himself or if other people going to help him, And when people talk about leaders, now, y'all know I believe the Bible. Okay. People talk about leaders, and I tell people, how many people did Jesus lead? Because he said he only had 12 disciples and one of them betrayed him. So he effectively leaded 11 people. Is he a great leader or he's not a great leader when he only had 11 people who truly was walking with him? And people may say, well, no, Jesus technically he led 1,000. He only had 12 disciples, and one of the 12 sold him out so he can get killed. So how effective was Jesus as a leader if you have to have this quote unquote gang of followers behind you to be a leader? Now, leaders just go do what needs to be done. They will do it by themselves or they will do it in a group. It don't make no difference at the end of the day. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was an effective leader. He had people that was following him, but he understood, I'm going to do this thing and this thing going to get me killed. He knew that, but he did it anyway. Malcolm X knew that, but he did it anyway. See, leaders ain't about who following you. Leaders is about, are you going to do what needs to be done simply because it needs to be done?
One thing I noticed about black men is even when it comes to my own brother is anything that feels as though like the women obviously do this, but anything that feels like a black man is being subversive makes black men feel very uncomfortable. And relating this to the concept of like the alpha thing is sometimes like with a lot of black men, it's they interpret anything that looks like when you do something like productive or you have an achievement or something of the sort, they feel as though like you're kind of rubbing it in their face, or even if you're doing something that's not. I like this phrase you often use, not white supremacy approved. It makes them feel uncomfortable and it makes them feel as though you're trying to dominate them. So relating that to like my own personal life, recently I was working on a backyard project here where I was doing like a little bit of Reno, putting some gravel down, just stuff to like kind of make my yard look better. And because typically as black men, we don't tend to do those kinds of things. It makes other black men who see that kind of thing uncomfortable, and for that reason, they can't support you in what you're doing. Even if they're a close friend of yours, they'll ignore you. And that relates to the alpha situation based on the fact that black men don't like to really see themselves even in a position of comfort or position of doing something that's not necessarily approved by white supremacy.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we have an issue with just to make sure I said this, I think I did. Shout out to Inspired Truth Broadcast. He did send a $5 cash app. He said, yeah, I read this one. He said facts. Alpha equals productive. Yeah, I definitely said that. I want to make sure I get it in. Yeah, a lot of us, we have to accept that we were raised in a society that's been against black men the whole time too. So we got to learn to let certain things go that don't actually make sense when you compare it to real life. I understand that I'm supposed to think somebody should always be in charge of me. That's cool. I get that's what I'm supposed to think because I'm supposed to agree with this society that don't like me in the first place. Now, if I agree with a society that don't like me in the first place, that makes me crazy, not the society. So that's a self-reflection thing you got to really go through with. So now I reject what the society's talking about because I'm not going to be okay with a society not liking me. Now, do I need the society's approval? That's where it really comes into play. Because I don't need society's approval because I actually am a man and I actually have good character. Y'all hear me say all the time, I will do a bunch of different things as long as it doesn't make me have to go against my morals. That's called character, y'all. If it's going against my morals, I ain't doing it. Just is what it is. But if it don't go against my morals, it's on the table at the end of the day. Now, according to my morals, I'm supposed to be a good person. I'm supposed to look out for myself, my family, my people, my country. If you are against that, you're my enemy automatically. Don't mean I have to hate you, but you just that's the position you took. You my enemy. Now the thing is, I'm not trying to collect enemies, and I'm not trying to tear people down. Unfortunately, a lot of black men, because we act like women in certain areas, you can't big yourself up without tearing somebody else down. That's why a lot of men brag about one thing I do not do, and I actually deliberately don't do it. I don't brag about what goes on with some women with me. I could tell y'all some stuff and try to make myself sound like the man. Okay? I don't do it. Even when people have came to quote unquote challenge me and say, I don't think you get no women. You never hear me respond with, bro, I done did this, that, and that with a bunch of women. I don't do that because that don't make me a man. It makes me sad if I got to tell you what I did with a woman so you can see me as a man. But the truth is you're sad because you think what I did with a woman can make me one. And I understand who I'm talking to. If I have to tell you how I knock some woman down for you to consider me a man, I already understand you kind of off at life. You're a woman-led man at the end of the day. Because what I do, it doesn't concern women, don't impress you. Men like that ain't even worth me putting a lot of time into. Okay. Not in a one-on-one. Okay. I'll do this show. They can come listen to this and then they can catch up and get it. But I'm not gonna ever defend myself with what I did with some woman. I don't need to. If I got to defend myself about how good I am with women, I'm talking to the wrong person. And I'm just keeping it real. Okay. And this is the thing, y'all. There's a lot of stuff you could, for people who trying to move away from it, it's stuff that you can really say. Because there'll be some. Now, honestly, if I was more aggressive on air, then I'll put it to you like this, y'all. Somebody said, man, I don't believe you can get a woman. Yeah, I could. Because if your sister baby mama, I could have got her. If your sister a baby mama, I could have got her. Now, is that saying something about everybody's sister? Not necessarily. But if your sister in that category, don't tell me I couldn't get your don't tell me I couldn't get your sister who became a baby mama. No, she was on the table. Okay. It's more likely that I could get her than likely I couldn't because she's a baby mama. The chances of a baby mama that anybody couldn't have is, ain't that great. Okay. Most women who have standards ain't gonna be a baby mama. Well, no, they're not gonna be a baby mama because they have a standard. It's not I got a rule for this guy, a different rule for that guy. It's an actual standard is a standard. That rule don't change. It just is what it is. Now I know That might hurt somebody's feelings out there, but it is what it is. If somebody's a baby mama, any of us could have got it 9 times out of 10. And that's the reality of it all. If she's a baby mama, just about any of us could have got her. That means we all on the table at the end of the day. I don't care how fat you are, how short you are, how ugly you are, whatever off-putting word you want to just put in the description. If she's a baby mama, we all could have got her just about. Okay? I'm gonna have a very hard time believing that just about everybody couldn't get her. It's just is what it is. Because she didn't accept the husband the first time. Now, I'll give women a pass if they became a baby mama as a child. If you 17 and down, you was a kid when you did it, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you some grace because you wasn't an adult. But once you become 18, unfortunately, the grace is gone. If you did it and you 18 and over, that's a whole different category. Now, would there be some women who will fight to say, I ain't gonna never be just a baby mama again? I'm gonna get married before I have another child? Yeah, there's some women who will respond that way. Unfortunately, most of them don't. Unfortunately, most of them don't. And if you don't believe that, all you got to do is look at the marriage rates. It all tells you what it is. But so the thing is, I would never accept that I got to be with these women that act this way to be considered an alpha, because that don't even make sense to me. These women can determine if I'm an alpha. That's stupid. I'm just going to put it out there like that. That's just stupid. And I've told y'all time and time again, stupidity is a choice. These women can't determine if I'm an alpha or not. I don't even care whether they think I'm an alpha or not. And that's just being real. But the last thing they're going to do is determine anything about me. They just not in that position at the end of the day. Okay? As a man, you're never going to be a good leader if you're not a good follower. Let's just keep it real. Okay? You're never going to be a good leader if you're not a good follower. As Chef Mike has said, there has been times I've been on the panel and I've deferred to other people because what they saying makes sense. If I consider myself a leader, why would I go against a man that's making perfectly good sense? You see, I'm not going to get into this whole, I'm an alpha, so therefore I got to look the best at all times. It's my platform, so screw what he's talking about. I got to look better than him. That don't make sense. As a leader, if someone gives you a good idea, you accept the good idea. That's what leaders do. A lot of leaders have councils of people that advise them on certain things. Now, the leader may make a final decision, but that's a personal issue, y'all. If somebody is coming at you, making all the sense in the world, and you go against what they said simply because it wasn't your idea, how can you consider yourself an effective leader? Because an effective leader takes good ideas from anybody who's willing to give them. I don't just, you don't have the right position for me to take your good idea. Now, I'm gonna say this, y'all, real talk. That's what a lot of black women do. A lot of black women can't take a good idea because it didn't come from the right place. And if you don't believe me, just think about a black man giving black women advice. She don't take it. Why? Because it didn't come from the right place. You're not no white man, so you're not an alpha in their eyes. Does that make your idea bad? No. Do you suffer because she don't take the idea? No. Does she ruin her life even more because she didn't take the advice? A lot of times the answer's going to be yes. There's no problem with the person who gave the advice. There's no problem with the advice. It's just she didn't listen, so she didn't get a good result. How can I let somebody like that determine if I'm an alpha or not? That don't even make sense to me.
That's a very good point, and I've had the same experience where even if we do this all the time, even within the black manosphere, where in order for a black man to have some authority on any topic, you have to be top of the field. You have to essentially prove yourself 100 times over in order for somebody to listen to you. And at that point, they're going to find another way to disqualify you. And it comes from white supremacy. Then it's filtered through our women, and then because black men are women led, then it cascades to us then adopting the same attitudes and behaviors towards ourselves.
Yeah, because I don't care where a good idea came from. Truth be told, Good idea, just a good idea to me. Point blank, period. I don't care where I got it from. You know, I've given y'all some ideas I heard from some white people. I've given y'all some ideas I done heard from some black people. I gave y'all some good ideas that came from some poor people. I done gave y'all good ideas that came from rich people. I don't make no determination of who gave me all the information that I got or whatever case is. Some stuff is a very original idea for me. Some stuff I got it from somebody along the way as I got older. At the end of the day, a good idea is a good idea. And that's the only thing that makes a difference. If I got to start measuring ideas based on how women see an idea, so I can quote unquote be an alpha, I'm an idiot. That's how I look at it, y'all. Now you do what you want to do. I'm just telling you how I'm seeing it. I don't allow women to determine nothing about manhood. It has never hurt me. I've never seen any man that don't allow women to determine manhood. I've never seen it hurt any man. It's something that just doesn't exist. Now, I have seen men who allow women to determine what manhood is suffer a lot. I've seen them make a lot of poor decisions, end up in prison sometime. I've seen them lose a bunch of money. I've seen plenty of women hurt a man because he accepted her idea of what manhood is. And there's a lot of them in the grave right now. Let's just keep it real.
No. A lot of us, because black manhood is something that's, like actively fought against in the environment, like anything that looks like black men are ascending to be like in a position of authority or having some kind of power, I really do think it makes everybody uncomfortable. And as a result of that, if you start exhibiting traits that make you look as though you want to be a man, or as though like you have some degree of autonomy, so it doesn't even mean like you being like like in charge of anyone or like leading anyone. Is sometimes like even just the posture of appearing like a man could be very threatening. And as a result of that, if you take on the posture of being a man in this environment, people are going to feel uneasy, and then people are going to feel inclined to attack you.
Absolutely. Because people have it in their mind. You got the unmitigated gall. I think that's the word that I've been hearing people saying. The unmitigated gall to show up and act like you a man. They just don't like it because you black. You're in America. You're not supposed to be one. That's people's idea from Jumpstart. It has nothing to do with you personally. And a lot of times we take stuff personal that ain't personal. I know when a stranger looks at me and don't expect me to be a man, it ain't got nothing to do with me at the end of the day. This is about an idea that they have accepted over time in their own personal life. It has nothing to do with me. Now, I'm not going to sit there and let you treat me like I'm not a man. And I get it. It's going to bother you. And sometimes I'm going to embarrass you or whatever the case is. But my thing is that's your fault because you haven't learned your lesson yet. Maybe I needed to be the lesson you learned to start treating men like men on a regular basis. Maybe you needed me to do that to you. But I don't intentionally try to go out and embarrass anybody. But I'm not going to accept treatment that ain't the treatment of a man either. So sometimes I'm going to run into what people say is a contentious situation. But I've told y'all before, I do believe black men should be more confrontational. I don't believe we're supposed to be less confrontational. And confrontational don't have to be super negative at the end of the day. But if you don't see me as a man, we're probably about to have conflict. It's that simple at the end of the day. It's probably going to be some conflict because we clearly don't agree on stuff if you don't see me as a man. No.
A lot of that shit's very subtle too. So like, for example, I'll use myself as a like you said, let go of the ego, but like I'll use myself as an example. I like anything I've done like kind of in my personal life, I try to share with my my own brother. I try to like being an older sibling and whatnot. But like because even though like I'm not even saying this to insult him, because he's so brainwashed, it's almost as though like. You could be talking to him like in a store or like talking to him like at a restaurant or talking to him even just walking down the street somewhere. You could see like he looks scared. Like when you talk about like certain things like blah blah blah, we should do this or work together to do that. Just because like I don't have that lowly apologetic kind of disposition that a lot of black men have. So if you start talking to him about like we should do XYZ or work together, it makes him feel scared. And you can see the fear in his face as soon as you start talking about anything productive like that. And as a result of that, our conversations never really rise beyond the point of sending each other memes and trolling, because anything that's beyond memes and trolling it actually does make them feel uncomfortable.
Yep, and it comes out pretty quick. But we got Compassion and Callus who's just joined us, so I'm gonna go ahead and give him the mic. What's going on, bro?
What's up, bro? How you feeling? You decent?
Hey man, I'm all right, man. They ain't took me out yet.
Hey man, ain't took you out yet. Hey man, that's always a good thing. No, great show though. What's up, Debonair? I ain't heard from you in a minute, bro.
Cheers, man. Nice to see you again, man.
Yeah, he'll mess with us like he used to.
Yeah, well,
we're gonna get over it though. We're gonna get over it.
No, good episode. Y'all both been saying some interesting stuff, and yeah, I think black men are black men expressing or exuding black masculinity. Is this society? I don't think the society is used to masculinity, actual masculinity anymore. So I think black men, because of the position we occupy in this society, not being able to imitate white men's masculinity, we've had to curate and cultivate our own sense of masculinity. And because masculinity is characterized through struggle and, the hero's journey, black men have definitely had that. And I think that we make people uncomfortable because when they see that, that's something that it's not common to see these days, which I think a lot of black men don't realize, and we kind of internalize and think of it as something different. But I really think it's a flex. We ain't perfect, but I think black men actually, that's why we're copied. I believe we're copied as much, because the only alternative in the West, in this society, to white masculinity is black masculinity. And white masculinity at this point is kind of substanceless. So yeah.
One thing about white masculinity is masculinity defines itself oppositionally to black masculinity, which I also find very, very interesting.
Yes, it does. Which is why I think at this point it's whittled its way. At least white masculinity is whittled down to the nub at this point, because it's artificial. They're not actually cultivating a masculinity of their own. It's constantly in juxtaposition to black masculinity, which I think is a more authentic masculinity, which I think they recognize at this point, which would bring some angst if I was a white boy. It'd make me kind of uncomfortable, or I admire it. It'd be either or.
Yeah.
Well, and I think a lot of black men, we have to become comfortable with other people being uncomfortable. Because, for me, I've done things and, people start crying. Like, I don't care that you cry, just do what I told you to do. You know what I'm saying? you can do it crying. As long as you get the job done, I don't care. But, that happens when you have to have people, when you're a paying customer and you paying for services and people act like they can't get done what you need to do. It's the way you're talking to me. Or you are in a place of business, you're managing somebody or telling somebody what they got to do, and they try to hit you with it's the way he's talking. And I always say people always go to attitude when you have nothing. It's the way you're talking to me. Or as y'all get in this space, it's your tone. You talk about my attitude because you don't have any leg to stand on. And that's just what the reality is. And the thing is, I'm comfortable with you not being comfortable because I'm a man. I don't care about your comfortability in every situation. Number one, you're not my woman. You know what I'm saying? If you a dude, you're definitely not my man. You know what I'm saying? So all that's off the table. So why you think I'm so worried about your comfort at some particular point when I'm trying to get a goal done? I'm not worried about your comfort. I'm worried about getting the goal done. And if you have to get if I need your help to get my goal done and you do it uncomfortably, I'm fine with that. Because if you're uncomfortable, I just figure you shouldn't have came to work this day. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to listen to no nigga. You shouldn't have had this job. Because this job includes listening to niggas. You know what I'm saying? That can be a manager situation, or it could just be a customer situation. Because if you're the customer, you're telling the employees of whatever establishment you're dealing with what you need done. If you're the manager, you managing some, especially non-black people, they're gonna have to accept that. Hey, you gotta, even if they call you a nigga, well, your boss a nigga, and you gotta listen to niggas now. See, I'm not gonna get all up in the personal issues about how you see me. I know the average person see me as a nigga. It's just I'm not gonna allow that to bother me and what I'm doing. You can see me as a nigga all day long. Just do what I told you to do. Okay, so now you got to deal with the fact that you got to listen to niggas. So in your world, your life is so bad, you listen to niggas. It ain't bother me at all. Just do what I told you to do, or you got to go. It's that simple to me, you know. So I ain't really concerned. Now, some people say, well, you doing that because you want to act like you an alpha. No, I don't act like squat. I just do what I need to get done. I don't care what you consider me. You can consider me an alpha. You can consider me a beta. You can consider me anything you want to consider me. It really makes me no difference at the end of the day. That's why y'all have never heard me say I'm an alpha. You'll probably never hear me say I'm an alpha because I don't even think it's important amongst men. And that's the sad part. I hear people talking about this stuff. I don't think this is important amongst men. I think it's important amongst girls because girls have a different life viewpoint. And then girls grow up to become women who have a different viewpoint in life. And their life is not defined by manhood. So they can think of manhood in a lot of silly ways. When you don't have to concern yourself with things, you don't have to consider it like that. You know, I told y'all before, my father told me, a recession is when your friends lose their jobs. A depression is when you lose yours. Now, if we want to be real about it, he's thinking about that from I'm not saying it's bad advice because I think it's great advice, but he's not thinking about it from the context of somebody in position to make sure the entire American economy is good, because that's not his position. So he's telling me something that I had no desire to be, because I never had a desire to be in position to control the entire American economy. The position I have to deal with is what my position is. If my friends are losing their jobs, see, it don't make no difference what the American economy is doing. I know there's a depression going on because my peers are in bad position. If I lose my job, yes, it's automatically depression because now I got to figure out how to get some money, you know, and that's just real world stuff. Now, he told me that when I was a very young man. It still makes sense to this day because I'm not running the world's economy. And this is the thing, y'all. I do not worry about what I can't control. There'll be people who are going to do some things that could affect me, but I'm not in position to stop them. So I can't worry about it. I don't worry about the world's economy failing. Why? Because if it fails, it just fails. It is what it is. I'll be as prepared as I can be at the time, and I'm going to work with it from there. But I ain't going to be stressing out about it because I'm a grown man. I ain't got time to be worried about something that I got zero control about. I ain't got time for it. Now, you may got time for it. I ain't got no time for it. Okay? Does that, quote unquote, make me more alpha than somebody else? I don't think it matters at the end of the day. But let me give it to Gold Pete, because Gold Pete done stepped up here. You got the mic, my brother. How you doing?
Hey, good early to everybody. Peace to the panel and to everybody in the chat. I've had this. I did a stream on it some years ago about this alpha thing, and I've said a number of times that that alpha thing isn't really. It is subjective. I mean, if we are to look at it from if we're getting at women or whatever have you, well, we getting at this woman here, and this person is 6 foot and I'm 5 foot, but she decides to go with me. Well, I mean, who's the alpha? You get my point. It's subjective, and I'm saying amongst men, we don't have the look. I'm on the bikes at Heavy, and in our organization, it's only men. Okay? It's only men, and there are times where decisions have to be made, and men will come together and say it don't matter necessarily who's the leader or let's say the president or because on the road, when you get on the road, well, the president is not the president. The road captain is the president. Okay. So, but when we're off the road, then the president is the president or the vice president is the vice president, so on and so forth. I'm saying roles change. So this is what men do. Men will come to order and make a decision. And, you know, when you come to make a decision, well, men make a decision not on the lines of who's the alpha, those kind of lines. No, we come together to make a decision on how we're going to get there and accomplish the mission. So I just came up to say that, you know, I might have repeated something and just said it differently, whatever have you, but I'm in sync with what you're talking about, Roger.
Well, I think you said things well, because I think grown men really worrying about who the quote unquote alpha is don't make a whole lot of sense, y'all. We should be doing things according to what our situation is at the time, and somebody could be quote unquote the alpha, and that'll instantly change. Because let's say Compassion Callous on the yacht. Okay, we taking a trip on Compassion Callous yacht. You know what I'm saying? He got a nice yacht. But you know, we run into something, okay? You know, now the yacht is damaged. It's possibly about to sink. Some folks done fell off the boat. 40 people done fell off the yacht. Now it's Compassion and Callous yacht, so people may consider him the alpha. Now what we gonna do? Because we had 40 people that just went overboard. Now what am I gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna help get you some boats. I'll get we got some boats over there. I'll help get the people to the boat. Don't expect me to jump in that water and rescue anybody. I know good and well I cannot swim enough. I cannot swim well enough to save you. I can swim well enough to save me. So I help get some boats. Now, somebody may say, well, I'm not truly an alpha because I'm not going to jump in the water and try to save these people. Man, I don't care what you think. I know what I'm good at. I can get you these boats. You know what I'm saying? I can push them over there towards you. Whoever is good enough to jump in there and start saving some folks, you going to be the alpha for that moment. And you go start jumping in, pull people back up to the surface and, you know, hold it down until we get the boats to you. But don't look for me to do that. I don't care what you say about me. You can tell me I'm a coward. You can tell me I'm a girl. You know what I am? Alive. And I can live with that.
I think it's alpha when you make a decision that takes care of yourself, and you may have the opportunity to take care of somebody else. Because what we always say, you can't take care of nobody else when you can't take care of yourself. It's awesome when you're able to take care of yourself first. Then have the conversation about somebody else.
Yeah, and my thing is, I'm just keep it real with you. You said you should have jumped in there and saved somebody too. You didn't jump in there, Roger. I thought you was a man like these other guys jumped in. Man, if I jumped in, you dead. That's what's gonna happen. You're dead.
Roger. If they there to tell you that they thought apparently they thought the same thing. They just try to lay out the work on you.
Yeah, my thing is, man, you dead looking for me to save you. I'm gonna go get these boats because I can help the guys who are stronger swimmers save you. And if we all get caught up into who the alpha is now, well, I want to look like the alpha, so therefore I want to jump in the pool. I mean, I want to jump in the water and save somebody so I can look like an alpha. Because now I'm acting like a female. I'm worried about my image instead of what I actually can and can't do.
Nah, Roger. Just throw the rope. Throw the rope. That's an alpha move right there. Throw the rope.
I think a lot of the time this stuff is even more insidious because when you're dealing with for example, in my case, I was using the example of my brother. It's sometimes not even about like leadership. It's just anything that makes you look like you're in your right mind and makes it look like you're productive. And like Rogers explained this in the past by saying that like certain jobs like sports or entertainment or white supremacy approved. And what I found is certain activities, hobbies and whatnot are also more white supremacy approved than others. So in my case is like my brother actually turned on me, and like even a lot of like my black male friends when I was working on a recent yard project. My yard isn't like it's not a fancy yard. It's not a very big yard. It was like a mess. It's just I'm only doing the renovating because it looked so bad that like I was kind of embarrassed by the yard. So it's not as though like I have a really good yard. I just have a yard and like it's a subpar yard. But just because I was out there and actually posting some pictures or whatever of myself doing the Reno work in on Instagram or whatever, I noticed that like white men, Chinese men, and other groups of men who were like, of course, like most of them, 90% of them going to be like jealous because you're in the position to be renovating a yard. But what I've noticed even more pronounced is a lot of the black men that I have a closer relationship with, that I'll I'll support their posts. Typically, I'll leave a comment. If they have sons, then like I'll hype their sons up or whatever. The type of shit that stuff we should be doing with one another. But like when it came to supporting me in what I was doing, I noticed a lot of black men almost they felt even like they were even scared to engage with that kind of content because they don't like that kind of thing.
Say this nigga talking about gardening. We ain't on that. Which some people will look at as a feminine thing to do. Now, me, I'm gonna look at it as no. If you got a yard, why don't you want your yard to look nice? Anything that you gonna take a picture of and put online, you want to put your stuff you're proud of online. I don't know why people don't put their mess online, because technically people do put their mess online too nowadays. But if it's me, I'm gonna put the stuff I'm happier about online. If my yard looks terrible, I ain't posting that. We're gonna have to get new angles.
Hey, Roger. I just put I had to cut the palms, dead palms off my palm trees, right? I mean, hey, that takes some work, man. And then I put them to the side because there was a number of them, and I only had one trash can that can hold them. So, I get on my Facebook and show I'm putting this work in, putting these palms away. They dried out. Well, just short clip. But the point is, men take care of things. Men have to get things in order, whether it's your home, whether it's your auto or your job or your life in general. We have to have a line of order because, when we recognize that nobody else is coming to do it, or we have to make a decision to say, hey, I'm gonna go hire this gardener or this mechanic or whatever, because I'm not necessarily inclined or savvy with doing that type of job or whatever have you. The point is, we had to take care of it.
And I think a lot of us have an issue with how it's supposed to be viewed by us in the world. Because, like, shout out to Afro Merchant. He said, this ninja garden. Ninjas don't garden, which is an attitude that some men will have. But now, when I look at the reality, that don't make sense. Because you know who garden? Mexicans. Now, I'm going to say it like that because a lot of people know there's Mexican people who have companies that do landscaping. Because I'm not saying this as like a slur or something bad to Mexicans. No, these people got their own companies and they doing landscaping. When I see Mexicans, quote unquote, landscape, you know what I see? A bunch of men.
Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing that since I was a young man. And I've told you, I done did security work before. I done worked in multiple buildings and whatnot. Y'all know who come in there and do the landscaping? Quote unquote, the Mexicans. But it be me. I don't see women landscaping. I ain't saying they don't. I just don't see them showing up when the men come landscape.
I think in my case, why many of the black men were shying away from it was because it looks like you're in a very typically like because we're in survival mode, we don't get to a point where we're actually concerned with things like this. So like what I think in my particular case was when these other guys were looking at this post, what they're seeing is like, this brother must be comfortable. It's like being at the ski club or something like that. So when they see it, because typically, if that were like a white man doing it, then they wouldn't. I don't think they would have been like as reluctant to engage with it. And I do think in my particular case is because black men don't like to see each other in that position. It turns into a thing where it's like you're flexing or you're doing something that's like like I'm better than you or I have a yard or whatever. Because we're typically not used to being in that position, so it makes it look like as though you're kind of showing off.
No, it's hate. It's hate. This ninja got too much money. I'm hate. And that's a very real thing.
Hey, Roger, look, I got partners who are brothers who got landscaping business, and they make the money. Okay, they're taking care of their family, got a nice home, all that. Okay, and he'd be out there with his squad, handling people's trees and all, because that stuff got to get done, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
he's doing all right. I got partners who are in towing. I don't see no bras out there doing towing, brother. Okay. And I got partners who got towing businesses out there making money. I got partners who are out there doing roadside. Okay. I mean, what we talking about here?
Yeah, no. Agriculture is the foundation of human society, and men have all. It's not a feminine principle or
Right.
feminine attitude at all to manage and contend with the earth, because men have always done.
I think we're harping too much on the masculine feminine thing. I think it's more typically black men don't really get to the position where we're concerned with things like that. So because the society is so rigged against us, it creates a situation where it's understandable, because if you're in the position to do it, you do have the survivor's guilt, because you also do have to be sensitive to the fact that when hot sauce is here, a lot of us, like, there are some really smart people in this that show up on Roger's show, but a lot of folks that show up to the show, a lot of us also haven't been in the position to be as formally educated as hot sauce. So like at the same time, so hot sauce from his perspective would have the survivor's guilt of being in the position to travel to China or whatever, and that kind of weighs on him, because he's seeing other guys who are smart enough to participate in in things that he's done. So you have the survivor's guilt on his side. Then also because white supremacy, on the side of the people who aren't in the position, it's natural and it's understandable to be envious of that position. And it doesn't mean you're a bad person. It's just when you're conditioned to see black men a certain way, even some of the more kind white people in your life, they're going to have visceral responses that's automatic, because the programming is so deeply ingrained in you that when you see a black man doing that kind of thing, you may not dislike that black man, but you're going to get a reaction, and it's very natural, because the conditioning is 24/7.
Yeah.
Hey, KFC says it's when you start planting roses is when I start looking at you funny. But look, I'm gonna just say this, man. When you have a nice home, you want your front yard looking nice. You might put out there some orchids, some roses, or something. You want your place to look like someone lives there, someone respectable. You don't want your stuff looking all out of order. I mean, I get what he said. I'm just saying, hey, look, I got nice. I got nice things in my yard. You want your yard to look presentable. And if you want to add some color, I ain't talking about the rainbow.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I ain't talking about the rainbow.
Gotta get away. Ain't nothing wrong with roses, but samurai garden. But it's not a thing.
Even if you look at the trajectory of this conversation, is black masculinity is very precarious, because even based on the conversation, the masculinity thing seems to be a point of consternation for us, not necessarily because we agree that it's feminine, but it's because that's also part of that unconscious programming where there's it's almost, I wouldn't say that the masculinity is being questioned in this particular context, but it's just there is an association between the activity itself and masculinity, where it's white men could be essentially a lot of them just talk like females right now in their voice. They talk like this and stuff like that, But nobody ever questions them, right? But that's the way they talk.
No, that's interesting, because I think as black men, we caught in a weird ass dialectic. We caught trying to curate our own masculinity, but like you said, influenced by the dominant society's masculinity, which we've been constantly trying to reconcile since we've been around these motherfuckers. So it's been we got artifacts from a machismo, a white machismo, and then we got genuine us trying to develop something different, or forced to develop something really different. And that reconciliation ain't easy to do. It's not, ain't no books written on the shit.
Well, I think people really got to get into how they see the world and how they see themselves, because I don't personally seek out to do anything from a feminine standpoint. If I have to do something, then I'll do it. And if somebody joke and say, "Man, that's feminine. You shouldn't be doing that." No, it's masculine because I'm doing that. I'm what makes this activity masculine. But a lot of people don't see themselves in that manner, because there's some stuff I'm going to do that you want a woman to do. Now, me being a single man, like I've joked before, that I do dishes. Yeah, because I'm probably never gonna trust dishwashers, y'all. I'm just tell you that I'll probably never, ever, 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 ever buy a dishwasher. So I'm gonna always do dishes, And people say, "Well, the women's supposed to do well, if you ain't got a woman around, the dishes still got to get clean."
Right? Who else gonna do it? Who else?
So yeah, I'm no less of a man because I do the dishes.
You don't let them stack up, Roger. Well, I mean. What that means?
I mean, at some point you're gonna have to do them. You know what I'm saying? You can let them stack it. So the point gonna come. You got to do them.
Right. Hey, look. Oh, go ahead, Compassion. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. To the point of your show, you made a statement earlier. To the point of the show, I guess. Trying to really reconcile, a ranking system amongst men. Like you said, I think black men, because we're matriarchal. We measure our manhood by how much we can lead females, basically. And you pointed that out earlier, which I think another way, or the proper way, the actual masculine way, the non-matriarchal masculine way of evaluating ranking is by competence. And what y'all illustrating is you got the most competent man is the alpha. The most competent man amongst men. The most competent man in surviving amongst men. Reproduction is the wheelhouse of women. Being selected, women have the power to select whose genes get reproduced, but they supposed to select whose genes gets reproduced by who displays the most competency in surviving. That's how Darwinism works.
Which automatically tells you women shouldn't even be in charge of that, because if you see what they selecting.
No, but in a natural, we in an artificial fucked up environment. In a natural environment, women would select based on the men would rank themselves by who's most competent, most generous, and who's the best at forming relationships. Then the women would choose from who the men ranked, and because women want status, so whoever the men ranked the highest, they would try to shoot for the highest status they could afford, essentially. And that's how.
But I would say back in the day when things like that were happening, there was a lot of male influence on the daughter of who you should pick too, though. Because the women have never really been in charge of that. Now that they are in charge, we see what then happened. Because in the black community in America, the women have been in charge for a good 60 years, and we see what it looked like. You see what I'm saying? So this is the result of women being able to make that determination without so many people being involved with who they're gonna mess with at the end of the day. And my thing is, because a black man should not be concerned with trying to be alpha. Everybody will get their chance to be alpha for the moment. If that's how you're gonna see the leader as the alpha, you're gonna be the alpha for a moment. That's why I was saying, like, even if you had a yacht, if the yacht crashed, you was the alpha because it's your yacht. We own your yacht, so you the alpha, obviously. Now, if we hit something and 40 people done fell over. Now, let's say Debonair and Gold P are excellent swimmers. They jump out there and they start saving people and all that type of stuff. Y'all gonna technically be looked at as the alphas for that moment. What Roger gonna do? Roger's gonna help get the boats over the way y'all need the boats to get to, because Roger ain't finna get in there and save no particular person. It's not happening.
I think that's awful. Shoot. Who be up out here?
Bro, all I can save is a baby. That's all I can say. If it's not I'm talking about an actual baby, like somebody 2-3 years old without enough power to mess me up and kill me too, I ain't saving no adult. I'm not even saving a large child. If that child 12, he's screwed. I'm not taking my chance that child can't kill me. You know what I'm saying?
Roger.
You said it earlier, perfect, Gold. It's situational. Because like in the case, I'm assumed to be the alpha because it's my yacht, which is assumed that I'm the most competent person when it comes to this yacht because it's mine. Now, if Gold P is a mechanic, a ship mechanic or something, and we hit a rock, like you said, and break down, maybe nobody falls off. We just break down. Suddenly, Gold P becomes the alpha because he's the most confident person in solving that problem at the time. So it's
So,
definitely dynamic.
Callus, you just gonna put me in the water? You gonna just say, get under that boat and fix that motor?
Hey, man, it ain't my fault you a ship mechanic, bro. you came on the ship and you know how to do this. It's like when somebody on the plane, having a heart attack on the plane, and somebody says, is anyone here a doctor?
Yeah, exactly.
The doctor that fucked up and got on that flight became out. Now it's his
So you say I didn't messed up, huh, Callus? I didn't messed up. Get under that boat.
Got on the couch, bro.
Hey, Roger.
Mhm.
You know what I will say about Alpha though, AI was Alpha when he crossed over Michael Jordan, brother. Y'all know I gotta mess with Roger.
We won that game. That's all I'm saying. We won that game.
People forget that AI crossed them up, but I think Mike had like 40 that game and they won. So
yeah.
But the most memorable moment in history is when Roger.
The most memorable moment in that loss. Loss. Okay.
Roger. AI was Alpha when he crossed.
During that play, we'll say that's that play he got.
I'll say this though. I'll say this. Jordan did make a statement. My memory correct. Jordan made a statement. He said, "Oh, it was cool. I saw it. Now I seen what it was. It'll never happen again." And now that they both retiring, that statement held true, brother. He did say, "I saw it. I see what it is. It'll never happen again."
Roger trying to get Alpha right now.
No, let's be honest, Raj. That's because the NBA changed the motherfucking carry rule when that shit happened. They said,
well, I mean, you was never supposed to be carrying the ball. You know what I'm saying? You know, people shouldn't be carrying anyway. But carrying is trapping. You know what I'm saying?
Roger's trying to be Alpha right now. You know, he's trying to be.
No, I'm just throwing out a piece of history. I'm just saying they did lose that game.
You got it, Roger. You got it.
I think
you got it.
Iverson had his moment. Jordan just kept on going to another championship. It's all good. I ain't tripping about the outcome of that.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Hey, man. Hey, I'm with you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
One thing about black men as well too is the way we like define alpha. It depends on the environment we're in. So like when we're among the women will choose. When we're amongst Caucasians, the Caucasians will choose. Black men never actually impose their own will. And that's part of the reason why this alpha and this, what's acceptable for us thing always bites us in the bum, is because we allow everybody else to define what it is that we're supposed to do, even if what it is that they're defining is antithetical to our own advancement. And then we'll actually actively fight in favor of imposing rules that don't even benefit us, and we'll act like we came up with the rules ourselves.
And you hit the nail on the head, because at the end of the day, I don't buy into alpha because there is none. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying it can't be an alpha, because the alpha has to be the guy that's in charge all the time. That doesn't go across the reality of life. It just don't fit at the end of the day. You can consider yourself an alpha because you're a woman-led man. I'm gonna say that real talk. You can consider yourself an alpha because you're a woman-led man. But any man who has a true understanding about life, we ain't out here trying to call ourselves alpha. We just doing stuff that needs to be done. We handling our business at the end of the day. We making goals, we setting goals, we getting goals done as best we can. And guess what? Whoever is the most competent in that moment to lead a position, we're going to accept their leadership, because smart men don't turn down good ideas. You know, if you gave me a good idea, it's a good idea. It doesn't make a difference that you came up with it before me. I'm still going to use it at the end of the day. You know,
hey,
I'm not. Go ahead.
Urban Reed says, Roger, there's nothing alpha about a good play over a game. Don't be mad at me. See Paul Pierce. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry, Roger.
No, it's fine. It's fine. This is where where I don't let people bother me because I got a luxury of 6 rings. You know what I'm saying? When you get 6 rings, you ain't got to worry about what people talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Roger's being alpha right now. He being alpha.
Not at all. Not at all.
Got
I'm
6
just saying
rings.
there's things you need to concern yourself with, and there's things
Yeah,
that you don't need to
I
concern
got you.
yourself
I
with.
got you, Roger. Hey, Urban Reed said it.
No,
Via Paul
I rock
Pierce.
with
Via
Urban.
Paul Pierce.
I rock with Urban Reed. He a big time supporter. Big time supporter. Matter of fact, he ain't got his wrench yet. I'm finna give him his wrench. But I'm
Yeah,
just
give him his
saying.
wrench, man. Stop.
I'm
Hey,
just
you the
saying.
alpha. Yeah.
There are certain
Urban,
times when people say stuff and you ain't got to worry about it. Just like in
Urban
this.
Reed Urban Reed is an alpha, man. Give him his wrench, man.
Okay. I'm just saying I ain't got to be bothered about this stuff sometimes. You know what I'm saying? There's enough already done. It's enough on the books where you ain't got to concern yourself. Yeah,
Hey,
and that's why I
Roger, you
think
know we
men
gotta
need to.
talk stuff to you. You
Yeah,
know we can do that.
no, it's welcome. It's welcome. I ain't
It
tripping
ain't
at
a
all.
show. It ain't a show if we don't mess with you at some point, bro.
Hey, I ain't bothered at all. Shout out to all the alphas who crossed somebody over and never win a championship. There's a lot of alphas out there who did that.
You see how you low key did that?
No, I'm shouting them out. I'm shouting them out, man. I mean, think about it, brother. It's a lot of brothers who actually made it to the NBA who were considered alpha men, and they've crossed somebody up in the NBA, and they never won a championship. That's a large number of men.
Talk your stuff, sir.
You know
Talk your stuff, Roger.
in comparison to a guy who got 6 rings, 6 finals MVPs, and it is what it is at the end of the day, man.
Roger. Yeah.
When you look at black men as well too in sports, part of the reason why these guys keep Dwight Howard just got fleeced again by a woman who's now taking half of his money. Part of the reason why this also keeps happening to black men in sports is the NBA is a really good example of this. Is black men, I don't know what it is about us, but we don't really understand power or strategy, and as a result of it, we keep ending up in the same getting caught up in the same situations. And in Dwight Howard's situation right now, and Zion's situation, and all these others, is we don't build the social, partially because we're being sabotaged, but we don't build the social infrastructure necessary for us to actually hold any power. So it's like if you want to deliver water from one place to another, you need a container, you need a cup. For us, we don't understand the concept of a cup. Just like a horse or something goes to the water and drinks with its head tilted into the water, then it's going to come back to find the same water there. The idea of the cup, which is the dynamics necessary for us to maintain power as a male group, we just don't understand it, and that feeds into the alpha topic, because how could you be like alpha in the practical sense, like men of other groups, if you don't understand the concept of power?
Yeah. Well, a lot of that is, and it really, goes to what Chef Mike has been saying about the baby mama babies. You got too many men who just weren't raised with men. And I'm gonna say this, y'all. Something I've noticed, and it's all over social media when you pay attention to it. Black men are still in search of manhood. That's unfortunately a reality. Now, it started because white men always called us boy. I'll say that might have been the good beginning of it right there. And now that some time has passed, black women still calling us boys at the end of the day, and they're always talking about what you didn't do. So what you do ain't gonna never change nothing in their eyes. It's about, because they're always gonna go back to what you didn't do, and only God did everything. Okay, if you want to say somebody did everything and you ain't God, you can forget about it at the end of the day. But you cannot.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now I would say you cannot make yourself quote unquote an alpha in somebody else's eyes. Because at the end of the day, no matter what you've done, they still get to look at you any way they want to see you. Because like Kanye famously said, even if you got even if you in the bins, you're still a nigga in the coop. Your level of accomplishment does not necessarily change how somebody's going to see you. And black men want it to be that way because it's like a tool I can use to fix this problem. The problem ain't what you did. The problem is the only problem you're paying attention was how somebody else sees you, which is not your problem to fix.
And most of those folks too is like they know, like they could see a black man who's like, you know, very accomplished and put together and competent, but what black men do is because of that deferential nature, where I don't know what it is about us, but why would somebody who sees you as an enemy, sees you as a rival, why would you advancing make them treat you better when it's antithetical to their own prosperity? And it's the most bizarre thing, because that is a common sentiment held by black men, where we think if we do more, that even though the folks hate us, that they're going to like us more if we accomplish more, and they're going to see us more. They do actually, in fact, see you as more, but they see you in it. They're going to treat you as though you're less in order for them to get what they want, because they're your enemy. Your enemy is not going to. Your enemy is never going to like want to think more of you as a result of you encroaching on their dominance over you.
Exactly.
Hey,
The
Roger.
more you do, the less they like you.
Hey, hey, I gotta push out, man. Hey, I appreciate you brothers, rocking with me and letting me come up and we having our conversation. I love these conversations, man. These are therapeutic, let's say. we have serious parts, we have comical parts, and et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to make sure I express my appreciation for the panel, you, Roger, and the chat. It's always a good thing to come in and listen. And I cloud watch a lot. I sit back and just listen. I listen from the back. And pay attention and learn something. So I think that's an alpha move. To be able to listening is imperative, right? So, hey, I wanted to make sure I express that, and every time I'm going to express that because, hey, we've had a number of your channels, removed, and here we are again, Roger, and I make it a point to express my appreciation every time we get it back up and running and moving forward, man. That's an alpha move in itself. You get back up and I mean, the interpretation is what I'm speaking of. So, hey, once again, I appreciate y'all, man. I got to push off, man. And, you guys keep doing your thing, man.
All right. Well, I appreciate you saying that. And you don't have no idea how much respect I got for you, but it ain't going to make me change what I was going to say once I heard you say he was going to leave. Cause I'm being alpha right now, y'all. I done crossed Gold P up so much he had to roll out, y'all. That's what happened, y'all. I done crossed him up.
See, is that what we doing? So you've been holding on to that, huh?
I was gonna say it, then you start hitting me with all this complimentary stuff.
Yeah,
and don't look as good
that.
do it right behind that. But Roger, I'm like, no, I'm an alpha. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Roger's been holding that, brother. I'm winning. I'm winning.
No, I appreciate you, real talk. I appreciate you.
All right, brothers. All right.
Be easy. And yeah, when it comes down to it, I do think a lot of this stuff truly is just us we in search of manhood. We can't accept that we can determine ourselves to be a man because we are the leaders. So we trying to find somebody else to define us as a man. And this is when you start acting like black women too much, because I've told y'all time and time again, the black woman's biggest issue is their image. Everything else, there's other stuff going on, but it all goes with what is their image. When you are concerned about your image to other people, you will start trying to prove your manhood from other people. Nobody got to tell me I'm a man. I've accepted that already. Okay. If somebody tell me you look funny, I don't take that as an insult. I just assume they ain't never seen somebody who look as great as me. So it's funny to them. They're not used to it. You see what I'm saying? I don't give other people this ability to determine who I am as a person. I am the top dog. It is what it is. And I say that because, my belief system, that's what God said. Why would I disagree with him? You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm going to disagree with the creator of everything. I ain't got no reason to disagree. So I just accept on the top of everything. I'm never going to be arrogant because I'm never going to see somebody else truly as lesser than me unless you just simply made a choice that you wanted to be lesser at the end of the day. But there's rules that go along with a human context. If men are in charge, then there's certain things that we get to determine because we're in charge. I'm a man. You can't tell me I'm quote unquote not an alpha. And I don't care if you ever call me one. It doesn't make a difference to me at the end of the day. Do I look good amongst other men that are respectable, productive, functional, and that believe in black men's leadership? If the answer is yes, I know I'm on the right track. If the answer is no, then I need to change something up. It's that simple for me, y'all. But I ain't worried about being no alpha in context of what women are going to think, because women don't determine stuff like that. And women don't take care of men. So why would I have concern? I can't work for McDonald's and be worried about what Burger King's policy are. This just don't make sense at the end of the day. I work for McDonald's, but I'm always concerned about what Burger King is doing as a policy. How that gonna help me and I work at McDonald's?
Yeah. The fact is, women don't determine who's competent amongst men. Other men do. And black men got to accept that, or just start play by those rules, because we don't play by those rules. And it trickles down to other things like us cooperating with each other and building with each other and validating one another, because we playing by a broken set of rules. You're being, black men judge themselves by how black women feel about them. And it just is what it is. It's a cultural nuance that we have. And we just got to be accepted so you can change it.
Absolutely. Now, shout out to Greg. Oh, go ahead.
Sort of cutting, but I think it's that, but it goes even deeper, because black men, for anything that doesn't abide by the rules set by white supremacy or black women as an extension of white supremacy, is threatening that garden project. It could be things like us congregating on Roger's show, and treating each other with respect. Anything that looks like it's going to be anything that's threatening to the status quo, that is going to be something that's it's not alpha. It's the opposite of what we want.
Yes, it's a culture of powerlessness. It's an attenuating. It's a hierarchical attenuating attribute. To a black man who is seeking too much agency or independence or power, in a sense, is subconsciously a no-no, or something that it doesn't enhance it's not an attribute that enhances you amongst black men necessarily. So yeah, it definitely goes deep. Yeah.
And I was gonna say, shout out to Gregory Scotland. He said, Roger, a case in point. When you have men on panels with women asking them what do they think of a man that makes $80,000 and she makes $500,000. Well, we know that's far more than 80. So we know what she think of him. He don't qualify. Point blank, period. Because she's never going to take the position of I'm going to take care of him. And this is one of the major reasons why we shouldn't be trying to determine ourselves as alpha based on what women talking about, because at the end of the day, they just don't want to do it for you. I understand we as men, we get a nice job, we get a nice business going, we start making some good money. Maybe you done sold an app to somebody, maybe you got a few $1 million, maybe you got you a nice job, you making $75,000 a year and all that type of stuff, and you cool with taking care of a woman. But it seems like no matter how much they make, the concept of them taking care of a man is so offensive to them. They're never going to do that when it comes to us. Now, they may take a dude that they quote unquote can control for a while, but they don't take care of those men, marry those men, and then we going to do it to death do us part. They don't do that. They just not comfortable with the idea. So the whole thing is, if women show you they just don't value you as a man in that way, I mean, you got to just face reality at some point. Now, I'm not saying I will reject a woman if she made $500,000 a year. I wouldn't necessarily reject her, but at the end of the day, I do understand that relationship is probably not going to work out, because I'm probably far too much of a man for her to deal with me, because her making $500,000 a year is not going to make me think I'm a less than type of man. You know, she's not going to be able to quote unquote control me. Her making money is not going to do anything for me where she's going to have some kind of leverage or advantage, because I already understand unless I can take care of myself, it don't matter what she makes. So she can never say, hey, stop earning money doing like this. Just rock with me. I'm already making $500,000 a year. You don't need to make anything. No, that's not true, because I'm a man. And that's just it at the end of the day. A woman can do that. A woman can get with a man. She can quit her job if she got a job. If she got a business, she can sell her business. She can do whatever she want to do and get rid of all earning money responsibility whatsoever and just actually depend on her man. Her man will stick there and handle it. A woman ain't going to do that for no man. So I already understand. Well, maybe you do got the ability to be in town on Tuesday and just pop out and don't come back to Thursday. I can't necessarily do that because I need to earn money and I need to be where the customers are. I need to, if I got a job, I need to be able to show up at work. If I got a business, I got to be at the business. If I'm in the military, I got to show up and, you know, at my duty post. If I'm in school, I got to make it to the classroom. I can't move like a woman. And just because a woman got money don't mean I can move like a woman. Just is what it is. So she ain't gonna get along with me like that anyway, because she gonna think her making $500,000 a year is gonna mean something to me, and it ain't. I still got to be the man because I can't depend on her. She's a woman. Women were made to be helped. They wasn't made to be dependent upon. And I think that's a concept men really need to accept. But it don't make you no alpha to quote unquote earn the six figures so you can quote unquote take care of women. That don't make you an alpha. Just make you doing stuff that's just normal part of being a man. That's all it is. You just normal. But we always trying to get an advantage, and we trying to get advantages based on how women think. So we just a lot of time we just waste time pursuing the wrong things. You need to pursue what's going to be good for you. Figure out what your mission is. Are you happy doing your mission? And I'm going to say this too. Earning money can be dangerous if you don't know why you earn. Because if you're earning money for the sake of earning money, then you basically fall in love with money. And the love of money is the root to all evil. I know people think it's money. It's not actually money. It's the love of money that's the root to evil. Because people start doing all kinds of stuff just to earn a few more dollars. They'll double cross you because I can get a little bit more. I'll stab you in the back because I can get a little bit more. See, a woman making $500,000 ain't even impressive to me because at the end of the day, number one, I'm not in love with money anyway. I like money, but I'll never be in love with it. And then number two, I'll never trust her to take care of me, period. Because it's not even her natural position. So why would I expect her to do something that's not even natural for her to do? That don't make sense to me. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't buy into partnerships. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Keep cooking. You cooking. Go ahead.
I'm saying I don't buy into partnerships because women ain't partners. You know, a partner means equal responsibility. Partner means actual 50-50, not just people talk about 50-50. It means actual 50-50. If you got a rent or a mortgage and it's $1,200 a month, a partner gonna pay $600. That ain't what women do. I've never seen one do it. I've asked all types of folks about their personal business, and people done gave me answers. I ain't came across one woman that paid half. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? I've never met one woman that paid half.
Yeah.
Never.
Black women consider having a job itself paying half. If they have to work at all in the relationship, they're paying half somehow, basically. That's far as their math go. You go one layer deep, then you realize you ain't even paying her own phone bill. You be okay. So never mind. But yeah, black women believe having to work at all is contributing half.
You know, that's real talk. That's real talk. You know,
anything at all is contributing half.
Yeah. Now, I do get that there's men who say, well, I'm going to pay everything because that's just what a man's supposed to do. And I'm not even mad at you for doing that. It's just when you don't require your woman to do nothing, because if you're already taking care of the bills, she should be taking care of you.
Well,
why is she working for other people if you paying everything?
That statement is wrong out the gate. That I'm paying for all the bills just because that's what a man does. It's not a reason. That's not why you're paying all the bills. That's a very vague reason. The reason why you pay all your living expenses is so you're self-sufficient. And like you said, you're not dependent on the income of a woman, that you can actually control the kingdom. You control the kingdom existence, and then you can rule like a king. That's why you pay all your bills. You don't pay all your bills because mom wants you to, or because it's a nice thing to do, or because somebody told you that's what you're supposed to do. If somebody told you supposed to do, you ask them why. And saying because you have a penis is because you do it. That's not a reason. So first of all, young men, you pay your bills, you control your living expense, or you manage all your living expenses, because that's what self-sufficient, responsible, productive men do for themselves.
Yeah, and I'm never going to be against a guy paying, because that's what I was taught. Whatever your situation is, be able to afford the whole thing, because you never know when a woman going to stop working. But see, I was taught in the context of people actually getting married, and the reality is, once your woman gets pregnant the first time, she may never work again. Now I know that sounds crazy to some of y'all.
Yeah.
But if you actually care about your woman and you marry this woman and she has your child, if she stops working and say, I just don't want to go back, if you her husband, you're not gonna fight with her about working. Now you may want to sound a certain way, be like, no, man, I'm gonna make mine work. Man, the reality is I ain't never met a black man who made his wife work. That's reality at the end of the day. So just be real with yourself. Ain't no point in lying to yourself. I always say, if you're gonna lie, which is not a good thing to do, at least don't lie to yourself. Brothers ain't forcing their women to go out there and work. So if you ain't got to go out there, if you don't know when she's going to stop, because retirement is not about your age, it's just about when you're gonna stop. She might get pregnant the first time, and y'all could have a bunch of babies. Sometimes a woman might have 4, 5, 6 kids. Have them all young, get it out the way, and then she gonna be there taking care of the kids for a while. That might be 12 years right there. That she start having kids before kids are even in school and whatnot. And then she may just not feel like going back to work. And then women will say at some point, well, I don't go back to work. I've been out the workforce for, 10, 15, 20 years. What would I even do if I went back? All that type of stuff is real things at the end of the day. The truth is she may never go back. And you just got to make sure that even if your woman ever decides that she's never going back, that you still can handle situations. That's why you don't, you know what I'm saying? You don't buy a house based on what y'all make together. You buy a house based on what you make. Now if she making some money, that's cool. We can pay the house off quicker. Then we maybe can upgrade, and we got a rental property. We leave our old house as a rental property. So you can do things like that, but you never put yourself in position where you can't afford the thing that's going on, because the woman could stop at any given point in time. It's that simple at the end of the day. And unfortunately, something bad could happen to a wife. We don't think about it in those terms as much. We really think about bad stuff happening to men because we take on more dangerous jobs and things like that. But your woman could be involved in a car accident too, and she may not be able to go back to work. It's just that simple at the end of the day.
So Raj, you basically saying a man, your advice would be don't depend on a woman's resources or to be resourceful. A man should.
Nah, if you can't afford it yourself, you might find yourself in trouble, and the whole thing may fall apart because you depended on hers.
Right.
And let's say the opposite way it happens. Something happens to the man, so now the woman got to take care of everything. Let's say the man can't work no more. Okay. Well, if that were to happen, if you put yourself in a position where you couldn't take care of it on your own, if she did have to take over, it's just that much harder for her to be okay.
Yeah.
Think about that. You know what I'm saying? If she got something happened to you, now you can't handle it. I'm trying to bring somebody's trying to come up, but your connection not strong enough. Okay. I see the first name is Templar. Your connection is not strong enough for me to put you on the panel. So you may want to, if you're on the phone, turn your phone off, turn it back on, then possibly you can come in, but your connection is not strong enough for you to get on the panel. Okay. So I covered the screen just to make sure you was good, but I don't know what's going on your end. So good luck. That's all I can say. I got you when you're ready, though. Okay. All right. Yeah. So my thing is, this is not a ego thing or a chauvinist thing. It's just a financial thing. If I can't afford to pay $1,200 a month, if we use that as an example, you know what I'm saying? Then I don't need to put my family in a position where this $1,200 a month is necessary for us to be okay. Because if something happens where she stops working, and let's say, for example, they never pay half, but let's say she was giving $300 a month toward that bill. You was paying $900, she's giving $300. Well, if you can't actually afford the $1,200 yourself, and you depend on her $300, which could go away at any given moment, now the family's screwed. You know what I'm saying? Do you want your family in a position like that? I don't believe you do. If you're a smart man, you don't want your family to be screwed. And I'm going to do a show, kind of getting into some of that stuff too, very, very soon. Now I'm going to try to bring this new brother up again. I'm going to try to bring him up.
You got me?
You are here.
Hey, Roger, you got me?
Yeah, I got you. How you doing?
All is well. It's Urban. It's just me. I decided
Okay.
to come up and everything else. You're hitting a great point. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat and everybody else. I just want to give my 2 cents. I want to take kind of a more of a Chef Mike approach. And what I mean by that here is that I think we got the wrong.
Just so you know, you know your camera is on. It's dark wherever you are, but your camera is on. Just so you know.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I was trying to turn it off, but it keeps kicking me out of StreamYard if I cut off the camera, so I wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
I'll figure it out in a second, but I'm aware. So we covered well. What was I saying? Oh yeah, well, I think it kind of goes back to a lot to what Chef Mike would point to. The whole idea of alpha and what that means. I think we're chasing the wrong point of view. I'm not, like you say, I'm not here to be alpha. It's a very animalistic point of view. I'm here to give you direction. Now, you follow, you follow. You don't, you don't. I'm not gonna sit up here and try to lock you in, so to speak, so that you can't do nothing else. Nobody wants that. That's not even possible. But when a man shows by example, anybody that's going to follow that man has one or two options: get in line and follow as well, or not. And then if you choose not to, it's not quote unquote alpha to try to force you to stay. Go. I think it leans a lot towards not stoicism. Stoicism in a little bit. We have to learn how to use that as credit.
I mean, I think that's exactly right. I think this throwing this alpha thing is really something, and I got to give credit to women, because women, I keep telling y'all, women use everything to manipulate men, because they don't fight for anything. The whole thing is to manipulate the men. If we're concerned about being alpha, what we are concerned with is me being in the best position to give stuff to women. That's what we truly start fighting over. How do I say I can give more of my stuff to women than some other man can? A woman can misuse me more than she can misuse another man. Because, hey, I did this and I did that, so I'm automatically the alpha, so you should want me. Because guess what? If you come over here with me, I'm going to give you all this, and you can abuse all the hard work that I did. And that's all we're really doing, because we're not talking about it from a point where the man actually stays in charge. We're trying to get the woman. We're literally making the woman the prize.
You know what, Roger? I think you're hitting something real important, and might get overlooked in how you said it. We talk about transactional error. Everything's a transaction. Well, this is how they get us into that transactional endless loop. If I'm, because we all know that if a woman wants the man that she wants, all this conversation we're having goes out the window. He ain't got to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and she gonna give him everything, no matter how much money he's making. But for the ones that ain't in that quote unquote first position, that's the brother that's gonna go around. She's gonna make, hey, prove this, prove that. There's gonna be these quote unquote hoops and obstacle courses versus her just simply being what she's supposed to be. And you sit up here, you chase. And then what winds up happening? You get into a Jada Pinkett moment where you sit up here like Will Smith crying on the carpet while, you know, she's trying to you know what I mean? Yeah. Just don't get stay off the red carpet. But you know, but that's how that comes about. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Y'all be doing Will Smith dirty, but
hey man, I look, I'm a supporter of Will Smith, man. I always have been. It's crazy because people was mad at me, like how? I'm like, no, let's take a step back. What did Will do wrong? Where has he failed as a dude, as a man, as a husband? But yet every week we keep talking about this man like he is like the lowest of lows. But where do we get that narrative from? We don't get that narrative from, you know what I'm saying? We don't get that narrative from each other. These ladies, you know, taking on a certain red carpet treatment, and then, you know, they start repeating.
Well, Will Smith and President Obama are great examples of no matter what you accomplish as a man, does not mean the black woman got to respect you. And that's just the reality of it. And I know that's hard for men because we fighting amongst each other talking about your issue is you don't make enough money. If you had the money I make, you wouldn't have no trouble with women. And every time I hear dudes say that, I just be sitting there like, this dude don't know nothing about women. At the end, you know, there would not be that thing about the pool boy if poor men couldn't hit women who got a rich husband. Where that pool boy thing come from? You got this guy he big time. He may be, you know, a CEO or whatever the case is. He make millions of dollars a year, but the pool boy got all kind of dick in this woman. You know what I'm saying? And this is the woman he chose to marry. So, you know, and we sitting here dumb enough to believe that if I just make X amount of dollars, my woman gonna be right with me. Your woman gonna be right because she want to be right. It's a character issue. It's not a financial issue. A lot of guys just don't accept women ain't with you because of you. They're with you because of them. There's something women got goals too. The thing is, are you part of her actual goal? Or is it just your money that's her goal? Is it just your position that's her goal? Is it just your status that's her goal? And if you don't get what I'm saying, think about professional athletes. But they once they're no longer in the game, a lot of women who are with a professional athlete will get dropped. Now, why are they getting dropped? It's not like they're not rich. The money was cool, but that woman was truly pursuing status. Yep. So the fact that you was the professional ball player, you had the status. Once you retire, you no longer have that status. So guess what? I got to rotate. And you sitting there thinking you are quote unquote alpha because you done bought into all this nonsense women talking about. Do what you do for you. Make your woman pick you. The last thing I want to be with is a woman who didn't pick me, meaning whatever I'm pursuing, she on board. Because that's the only way I know she picked me. You know, now me being an older guy, I don't, you know, I got to deal with a whole lot of stuff of even giving a woman a chance at this particular point. Because I done did X, Y, and Z. It's like women ain't even that big a deal anymore at the end of the day, which is, you know, men need to learn how to express this to women. You let a man be single too long, he gonna do too much, and then you're not really gonna matter anymore. You know, especially when it comes to men that have not had children. Because if you get to a point, like I know men who said, you know, certain ages, they just, you know, if I don't have a child by this age, I'm just never doing it. Them men is never getting married, y'all. They didn't tell me that, but I know that because if you've accepted that you didn't have kids by that certain age and you ain't gonna never get married, why would he ever get into a relationship to the point and he's gonna ever ask anybody to marry him? Now I know I'm not even saying the guys who say that know that they ain't never getting married. I know they ain't never getting married because they already passed their limit. You know, God told me 35. Yeah, if I already said if I can have a kid by 35, I ain't never doing it. That man ain't never getting married. He may not know it, but I know it. It's never gonna happen. Okay.
But Roger, what you're speaking to is something that we don't talk about, and we don't talk about in general. We don't talk about male spaces. We don't talk about it at all. There is a such thing as a men hitting the wall. Now, when we hit the wall, it's a lot different from a woman hitting the wall. Now, when we get sick and tired of being sick and tired, we sick and tired, and we're not going to be dealing with it. So if you spend your young life getting beat up trying to play basketball between the ages of 5 and 15, and then when you get to 15 through 25, you trying to engage, but yet you see her hopping in the car with the grown man, you know what I'm saying? Go to see R. Kelly up the street. And then by the time you get to 25, now all of a sudden, it's this perpetual chase. And once a man gets to this certain point, and he's going to say, you know what? I'm not going to have a family. I'm not going to make a family, but I'm going to still be in the yard. I'm going to still play the game. And then all of a sudden they get this, well, or how come no one's marrying us? And then it becomes this later conversation. It's like, we done.
Well, I wouldn't describe that as men hitting the wall. Those are just men making decisions, because they could turn around and do something totally different if they ever change their mind. Hitting the wall is women can't get done what they want to get done.
They don't have no options to go back. Right.
Yeah.
It was just I'm just using it as a figure of speech.
No, I totally get it, but that's why I want to clarify that, because men ain't women and women ain't men, and we can't all do the same things. So the man is really not going to hit the wall. A man hits the wall when he runs into health problems. If you now maybe you're in a wheelchair or something like that, okay, technically you've hit a wall at that point, because a lot of people gonna X you out. But even that, when it comes to a man, it just depends on what the woman wants. Because if you got enough money, a woman will be there for your money. The only thing is the man needs to understand why the woman is there, if he's gonna allow her to be there. That's the thing. Why is the woman here? Make sure you clearly understand why she's there. That's why I said if I get married at some older age or whatever. And now I might get married just because I don't want to practice fornication. That's all it is. So I may get married. But I said, if I get married to somebody when I'm older, I'm giving out a bad deal. We gonna get married. This is so I don't have to practice fornication, because I'm gonna still get it in. You can live with me when I die. We gonna let you live in the house till you die. But once you gone, nothing's going to you. Nothing's going to your family. Everything is going to my nephews.
What you say,
Roger? What it is.
You passing out 360 deals. That's all you passing out.
Bro, if we not gonna have children, we not gonna raise a family. Why should you get a good deal? You showed up too late. It just is what it is at that point. You just showed up too late. I'm not giving you anything.
Yeah. And that's why I say, I tell my nephews, don't ever give a woman anything freely that you're not cool with her using you for it.
Yeah. And my thing is, I'm not saying I'm trying to be mean to women. It's just, if you came in the game late, your reward is you get to live with me and you get to stay in this house till you die. You don't have to worry about getting put out. Everything going to them, but they're gonna let you stay here until you die. I think that's a good deal.
You get, if you are 55, I mean, it's like in the league, man. They ain't gonna give you no good contract if you 39. Come on now.
Right, you ain't gonna get no $200 million contract in no 39.
Yeah, your knee might blow out. Same thing in relationship. You come late like that, you come to the league late, you get drafted out the G League when you 45, bro. Don't expect no max contract.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
And the truth is, at this point, I'm only getting married to you, so I'm not practicing fornication. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. That is your main issue. So I don't practice fornication. And so I don't have to practice fornication. You get to stay here with me. You get access to all these different things. But once I die, they ain't going to kick you out. But you ain't getting it, and nobody in your family is getting it. So that's off the table. You'll never be yours, so you can give it to somebody else. That's not going to happen. You just get to stay here.
But Roger, the word you keep using, and we all do it. And it was funny because over the holiday, I was having a kind of similar conversation, and this word keeps popping up. And we as men, we say it, and I don't think we really get it. The word is reward. We'll hear them scream at the top of the lungs how I am the prize. If you haven't taken the time to go look up the word prize and the word reward, the reason why she's a reward, because she's a ward. I mean, she's going from covering to covering. If she's not a ward of her father, then she's going to be a ward for you. A reward because she's becoming your wife. She's entering a new phase of womanhood. But if it's not her father or I, quote unquote, then she's going to become what? A ward of the state. And they prefer zaddy versus, a man in the flesh because they think they're the prize. And that's a wrong mentality.
And I'm going to say, as a man, I have no job worrying about what some women think. You know what I'm saying? So what she want, that it's not even on the table till she's my woman. See, that's
Roger, but Roger, how you can't dismiss what she thinks. Now we can dismiss how she thinks, but what she thinks is important because isn't that the template upon how she's going to interact with me and you?
Well, no, I don't mean it. I don't mean like that. My thing is, if she don't agree with me, what she thinks don't matter. Yeah, I'll say it a little better.
I see that. Yeah. I get that. I get it. Okay, now we good.
What you think don't even matter.
Yeah, don't give me no AI crossover, man. I need a Jordan crossover.
Roger said he only care about what she think to evaluate if she agreed with him.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, because I'm a man. I'm doing what I'm going to do, and the only thing that matters is can she help me with it? Because if she can't help me with what I'm doing, I don't have no reason for her to be around.
That sound logic, yeah.
But y'all, baby oil Nate that came up, so I got to get baby oil Nate in here because this ain't Nate, y'all. This baby oil Nate. Baby oil Nate, you have the floor, my brother.
Salute to you, Roger. Before I get my opening, I would like to give you a piece of advice. So, if the option is between getting old cooch and sinning, I would suggest you keep sinning. God will understand. So
Cooch ain't necessarily got to be old Cooch. Maybe I get a younger woman in there.
If you look, God will understand. Keep sinning. So about this alpha male and first of all, we're not animals, right? So there ain't black people don't come from animals, and I hate when we always refer to ourselves as some kind of animal kingdom. Second of all, loyalty, duty, sticking with you through thick and thin, these are traits that she has learned from childhood. Ain't no amount of money, ain't no amount of swag, ain't no amount of dick you can give her that's going to teach her that if she hasn't learned that in her formative years. Now, gentlemen, unfortunately, these things are not taught in America. On average, let me say that. Yeah, on average, these things are not taught because we can look at the divorce rate. What are the top 5, right? Financial reasons and all this and that, right? And infidelity. So we can see the average American woman are just not taught these virtues and characteristics. So to sit here and give men misinformation, right, or give them a poor education, setting them up for failure, is one of the reasons why we're in this situation. Right? You have to vet her, you have to vet her family, and you have to see what her morals are like. Because if she is about, key sign, like, you know what I mean? Like, building generational wealth. As soon as that hoe said build generational wealth, you need to put her in a baby oil pile. Right? You need to put her in a baby oil pile. Because building a family, you want to be comfortable. I get it, right? But you want to build a family because you want to build a family, not a corporation. And the fact that she says so many things. Number one, she doesn't know how to build a family. Number two, she just repeat anything she learned off the fucking street. So the next thing she learns is going to come off the street, and you're going to have a hell of a time directing her. There's just so many different problems with that. No, you want to pick a woman who has good morals, good characteristics. So, and no disrespect. So probably she ain't gonna be a Christian. But I pass it back.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna say though, this is how women beautifully manipulate men. Because the more of us being dummies to accept that I'm having an issue with women because I'm not alpha enough, Because the dumb people, the dumb ones of us, we've accepted this. Because I'm saying you got to be dumb to accept this. And even though I know a lot of black men talking about that can be offensive to a lot of people, but I tell you all the time, stupidity is a choice. If you're dumb enough to accept that you're not alpha enough, the only thing you do at that point is you just let women off the hook for everything, and you make everything about yourself when it ain't got nothing to do with you in the first place. Every man is good enough for a woman. The woman just has to decide on what kind of man she wants to be with. So that means if you a scammer, yeah, it's a woman that wants you because she like to scam too. She ain't no good either. If you selling drugs all the time and you ain't worried about life and you just living for the moment, it's a gang of women that just live for the moment. She ain't no good either. Now, if you a man that's trying to build some generational wealth, there's women to be down in the process of building generational wealth. She knows she ain't gonna really get it like that, but she want her picture on the wall next to grandpa when they say great such and such did this and this is the beginning of our family's foundation. She want her picture on that wall. So the thing is, you got to pay attention to what the woman wants. And if you worried about trying to be quote unquote alpha enough, you will never look at her to see whether she should be with you in the first place. So it's a great tool of manipulation for women.
Yep, because Diddy right now, because we learned that Cassie has incurable STDs. So Diddy got that shit too.
Yeah, no, I think because you touching on an interesting topic. Because I think a lot of times what we need to, and I think Debonair speaks to it. A lot of times, I think men in general, but black men specifically, we fall for a false premise. We start from false premises with a lot of shit, and that's a good way to manipulate anybody. Get them to accept the false premise and then work forward from there. So,
yeah.
But we have to be cautious of it, and that's what your show does a lot, very skillfully, Roger. That you establish the premises, or you maybe disprove a false premise or prove a false premise, false, which is to this alpha or to your masculine ranking relative to women. It's a false premise that they dictate that ranking necessarily.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
They will dictate.
Can baby oil Nate? I'm gonna tap into my black Uru. Could you expound on what you just said briefly about vices and virtue? Because we always talking about the virtue, but we never talk about the vices in this conversation. And that's my Uru quote.
So you mean like getting STDs and spreading that shit like Cassie?
Well, you had said it in your opening monologue. Sometimes I can't with you, bro. No, well, you had said in your opening monologue, you had actually pointed out how we chase virtue, but the opposite of virtue is vice. And what we're talking about or complaining about with other men is our chasing after vices. But I think that's a piece of understanding that's kind of lacking.
Oh yeah, like the miseducation and things like that. And
that
we taught like this kind of slogan type dating, or this brochure type dating, where we're taught all this misinformation. Like, okay, man's duty is to protect and provide, and if you protect and provide, all of a sudden she just kind of magically falls in line, right? And somehow that if she's not following you, then you're a horrible leader and things like that. And these kind of sayings and slogans are extremely detrimental, because one, the people who are saying it never really managed anything in their life. Because if you talk to a Bill Gates, if you talk to a Jeff Bezos, they'll tell you they have fired multiple people. And does that mean their leadership is bad? Obviously not, because they grew like multinational companies. But just some niggas refuse to get in line. Some people refuse to follow the standard operating procedure of the company. And that's the same thing with your woman, right? Like when you go for a job interview, right? They're not convincing you to take the job. You're convincing them to hire you. And that's the same thing with a woman, right? You're not like what Roger said, right? Like if she is not telling you her life plans and is not aligning to what you have already, that's going to be a one hell of a relationship, because the whole time you're going to sit there and change. And the last time I checked, only God can change people. People can't change people. Money don't change people. Money just makes you, it just exacerbates who you already are, right? And that's that, right? So like I told y'all, like when I hit 80 and my wife is still with me, she better get ready for some cocaine up the ass, because that's what I'm on.
All right, I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna get these other brothers in who just came up.
Shout out to all the mirror booties out there.
Yeah, what see, that's another great tool of manipulation when it comes to women, because women will
Let
argue.
me make the plane there. So
Go ahead.
So so gentlemen who are not in relationships or not married yet, you gotta ask her, like, at 70, are you okay with cocaine in your ass? And she like, no, gotta keep it moving.
I thought it was off the tits. I thought the cocaine was off the tits, man. I thought that's how we did it, but I'm not sure, because that's not what I do. That's just what I heard.
That's in your 50s. That's in your 50s. Right? You getting buck wild in the 70s, right? We get buck wild in the 70s.
Okay, that's what I heard, and that's what I see in the movie. So I'm not sure. I don't know how it goes the other way. I'm just saying.
I'm just gonna say this one little thing, and then I'm gonna give you the floor, and then to no placeholder. Yeah, the thing is, again, y'all, that's another women's tool of manipulation that a lot of men have fallen for. They have told men, if you did X, Y, and Z, I would act right. And it's just some guys was just dumb enough to believe it. Now, my thing is, that's your fault that you believe something that's so idiotic that you believe you can control a person with even money in a free society. Because think about it. Have you ever thought about walking off of a job? Have you ever walked off of a job? Do you know somebody who walked off of a job? That tells you money ain't enough to control somebody, because people will walk away from money. There's people who get deals that are offered to them and they just say no. Sometimes it's money that they don't think they'll ever get again, and they still say no. You know, you can hear it about it. People in all types of industry. It's folks who say they've been in the music industry, and the only way I was gonna get this deal is I had to do X, Y, and Z, and I just wasn't gonna do it. It's people who want to be an actor. Say, I was offered X, Y, and Z, and I just wasn't gonna do it. Money is not the thing that controls people at the end of the day. It's honestly their desires. Men have to accept. Yeah, men have
Dave
to
Chappelle
accept
walked
that
away
women
from a
have
$50 million deal, didn't he? Wasn't it Chappelle who walked away from a $50 million deal?
Yeah, he did. He did. You know,
and Harvey Weinstein's sitting up in jail right now.
Took some time off and came back. Yeah, he took like years off, and then he came back. Now he started doing it again. But yeah, he walked away when at the height of what he was doing. He didn't like the deal.
He wasn't going to do what those particular people wanted him to do. You know, I ain't gonna get into all that right now, but he didn't want to do what those particular people wanted him to do, and so he didn't feel comfortable working with them, so he left out. And I'm gonna say shout out to Ty Dod Deshet. He says people walk away from, I'm gonna say, crappy jobs. I'm not talking about crappy jobs. There's people who walked away from big positions that paid millions of dollars, but they didn't want to do the things that went with that position. That happens on a regular basis. You may not really hear about it or pay attention to it because people don't pay attention to certain things. But people walk away from all kinds of stuff they're not comfortable with.
Remember Mace walked away from Bad Boy Records a long time ago at the height of his career. Remember that? Mace, he walked away. Remember that?
I walked away from 200K jobs. Like after I got the position after a year, I left after.
Yeah, it happens all the time, which is why I say when men believe that if you just make enough money, your woman gonna act right, you just being an idiot, man. I don't know. I'm not saying this to insult anybody who believe that. I'm just saying you got to compare the stuff people teach you to reality and see if it pans out.
And that's a false premise, and that's why I tell guys, make analysis. One of the biggest women's manipulation is crafty, but it's simple. Most of it is based on establishing false premises. In your relationships right now, your woman has established false premises that you played along with. And you might be intelligent, but you just didn't make analysis of the premise itself. And that's the key here. False premises is really the gateway to manipulation, especially for a female. So yeah, I think black men probably disproportionately accept a whole bunch of weird ass premises that when you look closely at them are false. They don't even make mathematical sense most of the time.
Mm-hmm. And you can't see it in real life. You can't. My thing is, if you can't show it to me, my thing is, I don't really even need you to show it to me. When you give me the concepts and I don't see it in real life, I know there's some stuff going on. Now, sometimes you got to really, really look at something. But like, I've never had an issue when black women say that they're a bunch of single mothers. Why I never had that issue? Because I see them. I don't have to go look for them. I don't have to research them. I can go to a random bus stop. It'll be a single mother on the bus stop. I can jump on a bus. There's single mothers on the bus. I can go into a random building. There's single mothers in the building. I can go to a random school. There's single mothers teaching children. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to research it. It's just there. Somebody just pointed it out, and then I started noticing. Like, if I tell you, if I say something about Cadillacs, you might notice Cadillacs for the rest of the day. You don't have to go looking for them. They're just going to be there. Okay. Now I'm gonna say shout out to Gregory Scotland real quick. Then I'm gonna give it to H Rebels, and then we're gonna get no placeholder right behind him. Gregory Scotland said, Roger, I have always had an issue with the notion of just get your money up and get in the gym and stand in masculine frame. Hey, there's nothing wrong with getting your money up. There's nothing wrong with going to the gym. But those things don't do anything to change a woman from being who she is. And that's what men have to understand. Those things don't change who the woman is. You go into the gym for yourself because it ain't going to help you with women. You get your money up for yourself because it ain't going to help you with women. Because truth be told, if you can attract women just because you got money, you're only attracting women that want to take money from you.
Right.
Which is not a help.
Well, we should say this. Getting your money up, getting to the gym, right? It's going to attract Delilahs, but it ain't going to get you loyalty. Your money up.
Yeah. No. All right. So let me let H Rebels get the flow. Then let's get no placeholder in right behind him. And then y'all tunnel runner just came up too. So let's get tunnel runner in right behind those placeholder. Go ahead, H Rebels.
First of all, Roger, can you hear me? I'm driving, so I pulled over so I can talk for a second.
We hear you fine. We hear you fine.
Okay. All right. So I pulled over, so that's good. All right. So check it out. Yeah. So I don't have too much to say, but I did want to relate the topic to what it is you were talking about, this alpha male thing. This alpha male concept.
We losing you, big dog.
And when all we heard was this alpha male concept, and you went right out, bro.
Oh.
Say it again. Okay. We hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Say it again.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so the alpha male concept was actually related to, mostly talked about among men, and it was related against like the animal kingdom. I don't know if you guys already talked about that, but if you did, then I just kind of wanted to emphasize that. And then what people did was they started trying to relate it to relationships, right? Animals and humans are not the same, right? So that's where they started messing up with this. But yeah, this was mainly a discussion amongst men, and it had to do with leadership. And we saw this a lot in the military, by the way. So I never even heard of anything outside of the alpha male concept or alpha male discussion or leadership outside of the military or outside of dealing only with men. It's just that when people started trying to relate it to relationships is when it started to get skewed, and that's where that's where they started having trouble with it. Now, did you get all of that?
Yep.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, but if you guys didn't hit all, I just kind of wanted to, because that's where it comes from. A lot of people don't really know, but but I do agree with where you were talking about, where basically women started putting their mindset into it and putting their ideology into it and started screwing up the whole thing. And then men screwed up by actually listening to the women, and we shouldn't be doing that. That's all I wanted to say. All right, I'm gonna keep driving. Thanks for letting me up.
I appreciate you. No placeholder, you got it. No placeholder going once. No placeholder going twice.
You might be in the.
Can you hear me, Roger?
There you go. There we go. We hear you.
No, I'm in Mexico, so
The Wi-Fi ain't that strong in the hotel. But yeah, I wanted to come.
So they're trying to flex.
I ain't trying to flex you, Compassion. I know you got more money than me, nigga. Stop playing, guys.
He low key flex.
No, Compassion got guap. He just
no place soldier. No place soldier. You know you're wrong. No married man is supposed to be in Mexico. You are shame on me.
No, I'm here with my family. No, with my family. We all here having a good time.
Right.
No, I got a new young daughter, man. I can't afford to be infidelity.
Tijuana. I know you're in Tijuana. I know you're in Tijuana.
No, sir. No, sir. no coke near my ass. And so I'm pretty much good to go. But yeah, I just wanted to come in very quickly because I remember, Roger, you yesterday you were kind of vigorous in the chat, so I'm assuming this episode is in response to Jeff and his 80-20.
No, it's not actually a response to anything. This was something I had on the book since last week. So it's not a response to anything. It's just a lot of crazy stuff gets said over time. That's all. And just sometimes people say stuff right according to something I got coming up. So it's not a response to anything. I have to put it on the record because since I had to start another channel, I had to put this on the record. So it just had to come up, and it is what it is. That's all it really was.
Awesome. So in response to the whole alpha male thing, I agree with you because he regarding that yesterday, that interview, he was somewhat leaning towards the 80-20 and making it seem as though there's a justifiable reason for the female approach towards dating. But he did end by saying that if we were going back to the old rules where your fathers, your uncles, and other men were involved in a decision making, all of this will be out the window, which is basically where I agree with him and agree with you, Roger. So, anyhow, I just want to make that quick point. We'll talk more about Roger.
Okay, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Shout out to the daughter who obviously needs his attention right now. All right, so we got Tunnel Runner in the building. Tunnel Runner, you got it, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, didn't David Chappelle walk away from $50 million like 10 years ago because they wanted him to put on a dress and then they started calling him crazy because he didn't want to do what the white people told him to do? Wasn't that just a couple of 10 years ago?
Yeah, I'm gonna say according to what he said, they basically wanted to laugh at him instead of laugh with him, and that's when it went too far. So that's what Dave said about it. Now all the little details we don't necessarily know all the little detail, but Dave said you ain't gonna laugh at me. You can laugh with me, but you ain't laughing at me.
That's exactly what he said. He had made
so
a joke
he
in front of his people.
Grab his manhood and do what he wanted to, and not let somebody dictate him and control him.
No, it wasn't the dictation. It was how you're using what he was presenting as if it was shit. Excuse my French. You see what I'm saying? So, for example, and I think, and H Rebel says this a lot. They sour what we do well, and then they try to repackage it back to us as if we need to do better. And it's not like we're doing bad in the first place. You're taking my goodwill, my good effort, my good energy out of the wrong context, and you're applying this to this euphemism that just doesn't exist in reality, to when you have to make it practical. And this is to Roger's point. We're trying to live in this fantasy world because when it comes down to brass tacks, it doesn't exist. There ain't no such thing as no alpha male. The only people complaining about an alpha male are, on one side, the men that want to say, I'm the big bad wolf to impress some woman, and then the women who say such things because they're looking for somebody to cover their expenses of their mistakes. And I'm being nice when I say that.
The alpha male is a code word for slave, right? Because if you're an alpha male, you will provide for me, aka slave. If you are an alpha male, you will do things that benefit and serve women, aka slave, right? That's all it is. It's just a dog whistle term that women use to get men in line, and men are foolish enough to listen to the call.
Yeah, it's women's way of refereeing manhood. Women manage and terraform manhood, especially in Black society, through hijacking apparatuses and concepts like alpha male, and like you said, us listening to it, we socialize to really consider what Black women think and say.
Especially Black men, because it's a dog whistling call. So every time she says it, we fall in line. So, gentlemen, I task you today, next week, try your best to be an alpha asshole. When you hear the sign, do the opposite.
I mean, truth be told, if you really truly consider yourself an alpha male, you're a sucker. It's that simple. Because you're stupid. And again, stupidity is a choice. You got to choose to be stupid. You know, there's no point in you doing a bunch of stuff just so a woman can misuse you. But H-Rep was trying to say something. I want to get him in while we can hear him. So H-Rep, what was you trying to say, brother?
Yeah.
Might be too late.
Oh, am I already late? I'm already out?
No, you're okay.
Okay. I'll say it in a little bit. Go ahead.
Start over. No, start over. That's all. Just start over.
Yeah. When women started saying this stuff, they misapplied it in the sense that they don't even choose. They'll say that they want an alpha male, and they'll start explaining the traits that they want, and then they choose somebody that has nothing to do with those traits, right? And we see this all the time. That's where they're messing up. But that's really all I had to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a call whistle sign that we're dumb enough to fall. You got to stop it, because I mean, at the end of the day, you were not put on this earth to serve women. That is ridiculous. It's actually the opposite.
But what's a dog whistle? It's a whistle that is at a frequency that only certain that a dog can hear. So if I blow a dog whistle and I'm a man, I don't respond to no dog whistle because I don't even hear it.
Well, I mean,
but for those that are out there though, and you can see it in how they act when they hear that, that Winter Soldier chip, as it were. When they hear the dog whistle, all of a sudden they start acting crazy, start doing X, Y, and Z. But to us normal men, when we see that, we're like, little man, what are you doing? Man, I love her, Unc. Yeah, okay, bro, you don't love anything, first of all. You know what I'm saying? It's just a wet box. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's great. It's good. Did you eat it?
Before it was alpha male, it was a good man or a real nigga.
Right, a real nigga, real nigga.
Right, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
It's a trigger. It's a cultural dog whistle that Black men respond to, that Black women have for a long time used to actually manipulate
and step up.
Socialize.
How the hell this kid is not mine? How?
A good
why?
man
What do you mean step up? I stepped up and not getting you pregnant.
And compassion, it's not only Black men in America. If you're a Jamaican man, they would say things. You say things like, "Why don't you have 2 or 3 jobs? You call yourself a real Jamaican man." They would say that as well too.
You're talking about real men step up. Real men step up and not get you pregnant. How about that?
I stepped up when I put the condom on.
Exactly.
I stepped up when I didn't lay with you.
Exactly.
But the thing is, women will, they will contort the meanings of things, and that's why words change over time. And that's why I've been telling y'all for years now, the people who've been around long enough to see, stop letting women use terms for stuff it don't actually mean. Because if terms are always changing, we'll never have peace when it comes to anything. A virgin was a woman who never had sex. You got people calling boys virgins. A boy ain't got no hymen. How we gonna know if a boy is a quote unquote virgin or not? It had nothing to do with boys.
I just got to push back a little bit. On reality, though, men inherently are going to be disadvantaged relative to women when it comes to rhetoric. Like, women say like 20,000 more words a day than the average man. Like the average man can't contend with this type of rhetorical warfare, which is what you're saying, manipulation of words, ideas, and that's the essentially the realm of women at this point. And men are have probably always been highly susceptible to that. I would only say that you must, like yourself. You're a artist. You're a writer. You obviously can articulate yourself. You run a goddamn radio show. Black men, your best defense against women, because women gonna always have an advantage rhetorically over you, is actually educate yourself and improve your ability to articulate yourself. Because to your point, Roger, why men don't, or men are very susceptible to these manipulations of words and shit, is because a lot of men are not very articulate. A lot of men aren't well studied enough to push back on these and articulate them. Because again, this is a rhetorical landscape. It's not a physical landscape. It's the realm of ideas and words. So black men definitely, and that's part of the reason we're undereducated by our own women, because they understand that.
I got to push back on that. I don't agree with that.
You don't understand.
Well, so one of the other things that's smart is they actually use your ego against you. Well, a real man would do this. That you know, they phrase it in a way that attacks your ego as a man.
Yes. Yeah,
you got to make sure you're not susceptible to that.
But how is that ego attacked? Through rhetoric?
Because because words invoke image, and that image that you have in your head will provoke an emotion. Well, it's up to you as a man to control your emotional outbreaks.
I think you're both right though. One, they do use rhetoric, and that's all they have. They have to use rhetoric, and then number two, they use the rhetoric to attack your ego. So one, I do agree with Compassionate that at the very least, you need to be able to be articulate enough to fight back or walk away. Just don't give a shit. And then number two, with your ego, you just have to. You just have to be like walk away or just be an asshole. So when she says, "Well, a real man do this," and I will say, "Well, real women have that." So I guess we both fake hoes.
Yeah, you gotta recognize the shaming tactics when they come at you. Yeah. That's really what those are. The egotistical attacks. Using phrases. This is what a real man does. You're not a real man. Someone or comparing you to other men, especially some guy who they think and there is what their definition of an alpha is. Then that's how they get you. You have to understand the shaming tactics.
That's the crazy part. Because that's the crazy part. How you gonna sit up here and tell me what a real man is when you just got pregnant by Pookie? A real man would have dumped his load in your butthole, baby.
I'm gonna tap in my Roger before Roger does it. How can a woman tell me what the hell a man is and she ain't one? Period. We don't have to go no further than that. How can you? Okay, if you're rainbow and I'm not rainbow, how can I tell you about what goes on in the Rainbow Club? You gonna look at me like I'm crazy. But yet we upset. We have these panels. We allow these ladies, these lovely ladies, to just pound off and expound on this stuff, and we don't ever push back. Why? Because we just don't want the headache of the conflict. But at the end of the day, we need to check this where it's at. How you gonna tell me what a man is, and you can't even define what the hell a woman is?
Well, that's my point. A lot of black men can't. My bad, Roger.
I want to say a little something to this. I mean, at the end of the day, the best thing you can do to start is make women use words for what they actually mean, and stop letting them use it for stuff that doesn't actually mean. Stop letting them make up words like situationship, which I see a lot of people starting to repeat nowadays. It's not a real word. And if it's not a word, it don't have a meaning. Real talk. Now, I'm going to tell y'all a little piece of Roger that I don't use on air. This is Roger in the streets. Woman say something to me about a real man. I'm literally going to ask her, what real man you know besides me? Now, whoever she say is a real man, if I know who he is, I'm gonna cut him down. Not to cut down a black man, because she's usually gonna offer somebody who a sucker or something like that anyway. And I'm gonna tell him just how much that dude, because she wouldn't mention the dude to me unless I know who the dude is. Because you can't, if I ask you who a real man besides me, you gotta give me somebody I actually know. And I can tell you every flaw that man got, for the most part. Now, I'm not doing that to tear down no man. The thing is, I'm establishing now your concept of real man ain't even true. This is why you don't know nothing. This is why you need to listen more and stop talking so much. But a lot of men don't want to do that with women because we care about their feelings. Everything, if you're going to be honest with a woman, you're going to make them cry. It's that simple at the end of the day. There is no way to be honest with a woman in today's society without her crying at some point. If you're always worried about how she gonna feel about what you said, you can't operate as a real man with her. I know I'm gonna make women cry. It come with the territory. You know, go ahead.
Yeah, so their concept of the definition of a man stops with In Vogue, and they haven't evolved since. And Vogue made that song, what a man, and they have not grown from that point, bruh. And here it is, we sitting up here like, what are we doing? Don't get me wrong, we want that In Vogue that's gonna give me something that I can feel, but then you want to tax me for it and charge me. I don't want it. And then you're gonna say, well, where the good men at? Well, what do you mean? Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, the reality is the gynocracy does a number on black men and boys, and it's whittled down black men to the point, like you said, black men don't want no smoke with black women. Black men don't want no confrontation. They don't want to, black men feel uncomfortable wielding power over women, especially black women. And because of that, it's not even a war of rhetoric, because we're not even fighting back most of the time. Most black men just rather not even argue, which I get on one hand, but then on another hand, it's going to be hard to contend with, essentially women that ain't perfectly socialized to be your wife with any woman around the planet.
Well, so it's fine not to want to argue, just disengage and don't even engage.
No,
just separate and disengage. In mass, I would suggest most men just walk away because nigga, you don't have an option other than walk away. If you don't walk away, she's gonna beat your ass rhetorically, and you're gonna end up agreeing to a bunch of dumbass premises, and you're gonna end up fucking yourself over. So walk away. Yeah.
Or you're gonna be running through New York in some mean, nice slacks and some nice dress shoes, running away from a white broad.
Ideally, though, we want to raise our boys to be able to contend with rhetoric, because we might have to contend with rhetoric with other men, and ain't no walking away from everything. So
you mentioned this earlier. So one of the reasons that men use less words is that we're more direct and confrontational, right? And when that doesn't work, we just get violent, right? And women can't do that. That's why they have to be able to use their words to get the effect that they're trying to achieve. They can't force you to do something because they just don't have the power behind them to physically make you do it. Yeah. A man can force you to do something. A man can impose his will on other men. The stronger man versus the weaker man, right? And when that doesn't work, they just get more violent and bring out the tools. So that's why women have to figure out ways to manipulate you using their words and do it psychologically and do it in a way that you can't even detect that they're doing it.
But Kev, that's in a civilized society. In a natural society, you're right. I understand why men use less words, because they just knock you out. In a natural environment, if you go too far rhetorically with a man, he could just knock you out. But in the civilized society, this society does a lot to hamper the physical realm of men. And it bolsters the shit out of the rhetorical realm, where we having to talk it out. We need emotional intelligence, and we're gonna have to have conversations about shit. And basically, if you knock somebody out, you're going to jail. So
the issue is the simple fact that black men have not been trained to punish women, and that's what the issue is. We don't punish nobody.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Roger. Wait a minute. Hold on, because I don't want you to be in conflict with what you said before. What we're talking about here is us men not recognizing what soft power is, and women know how to use soft power. We have an issue when women stop using soft power, try to use hard power, and want to be equal to me as a man, and then wonder why you looking like the brick lady.
Well, the thing is, because I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna conflict with nothing I said previously. There is a thing that as a man, you got to understand where you stand as a man. What are your principles and your morals? Because I don't go outside my principles and my morals, point blank, period. Now, could they possibly change over time? Enough information? Sure, something could change over time. But I'm going to go with my principles and my morals. If I tell a woman something and she doesn't do what I say, there's going to be a punishment. Punishment is not a negative thing. If your parents loved you, they punished you, because none of y'all grew up a perfect kid, and that's just the reality. If you're the head, you actually punish people. If you will not punish somebody, you're not their leader.
Would a better word be correct? And because and a punishment falls under the jurisdiction of correction, because if you can't take my correction, then guess what? You ain't gonna be here for long.
A correction can happen with a punishment, but a punishment at some point has to happen. You can correct somebody by saying, "Don't do it this way, do it this way in the future," but that ain't got nothing to do with your punishment.
Yeah, incarceration is corrective punishment.
Yeah, and a better way of even saying it is consequences. Black men don't like to exercise consequences or inflict, or what I don't even know what you would call it. Apply consequences.
We'll put like this: if women can do what they want and black men never break up with them, have they ever punished them? If you won't even leave a woman who won't act right for you, you won't punish a woman, because leaving is the ultimate punishment when it comes to a relationship contact. That's the ultimate punishment, because I can't do anything bigger than leaving you. You see what I'm saying? But will you punish a woman for in other ways first? If your woman did something you didn't want her to do, are you gonna tell her she can't go out next weekend? Or you gonna be scared because you're gonna say, "Nigga, you don't control me"? And my thing is, you're right, I don't control you, so just pack your bags and roll. And my thing is, you shouldn't even live with a woman unless you honestly marry that woman. If you are not comfortable enough marrying that woman, you shouldn't even let her in. I've told y'all before, I had a woman who me and her got into an argument. I don't remember what it was, but she said, "I'm gonna go to my friend's house for the night." I told her, "That's fine, just pack all your stuff and just go over there and just move in on over there." Why? Because there's no point in me being with a woman who can have a quote unquote argument with me and then tell me she got to spend the night out the house. If you got to spend the night out the house because me arguing with you is that big a deal, then just leave. It's nothing to fight about, for real. It's nothing to argue about. If you are that far gone, I'm not your leader. I just don't have a bad ego where I'm going to have a fight with myself. Am I your leader or not? If you display to me that I'm not your leader, there's no reason for you to benefit off me, which is why I said just pack all your stuff and just go.
So one of the ways that women are supposed to show up in relationships is cooperative, right? They got to be cooperative and agreeable right from the beginning. If they're not going to do that, then there's no point in engaging the relationship, because you're just going to have frustration. You're going to have problems. It's going to be back and forth, a lot of disagreements. So if they're not agreeable to, which goes back to one of your main points, which is if she's not on your agenda, then that's a woman that you don't need. You have too many guys that fight, that go back and forth with women that they shouldn't even be engaging with.
And a well-trained woman already knows not to disrespect you. If she has been trained by her mother and father to be a good woman or a good wife, she knows not to try certain things with you if she respects you.
And truth be told, if you're with a good woman, she will offer punishment to you because she knows she's wrong and she knows something needs to happen. Hey, let me offer something. Maybe he'll take this so he don't pick something else. I done had a woman tell me, "Well, since I did this, you want me to stay in the house this weekend?" That has happened to me because they know I'm going to punish them if they do something they ain't supposed to be doing, because we can't be in a relationship and we actually respect each other and she disrespects me and there's no consequence. That's not a real thing. And a lot of black men, you look at it where it's a woman, so now I can't do what's real. What are you talking about? Didn't your parents punish you? If they love you, they did. What person was never punished by their parent and actually think their parent was a good parent? Have you ever met a person like that? Because I ain't never met one person who thought their parent was a good parent and their parent did not actually punish them at any point in time. Have you talked to the children of crackheads? And I'm not saying this as a joke. I'm saying this is a real thing. You ever talk to somebody and their parents was crackheads? The parents did not care what they was doing. Parents did not care how they ate, if they ate at all for a week or two or whatever the case is. Them people don't have the greatest impressions about their parents.
You know something, Roger? I don't know if I don't think you don't have kids, but what will happen as your kids become young adults? They'll come back. As it relates to punishment, they actually will. They're not going to say, "Well, I appreciate that." They still may not like it, but they'll say, "Well, I understand why you there was a method to your madness. I didn't get it at the time, but I understand why you were lecturing me, why you had me, take corrective action on this, why you did implemented that, and whatever. They'll tell you as adults. Mine have done that.
And will your wife
Not
say,
only
"I'm
that, this is
sorry"?
the other thing
Will she
too.
tell you?
Not only that, they'll also actually come to you for advice. Huh?
I was going to say, and can
Even
your
as
wife
adults,
come
they'll come
back
to
to
you
you
for
and tell
advice.
you she's sorry? Will she tell you she's sorry when you catch her in something, and she comes and tells you she's sorry when she first tries to evade? But if your wife can come back to you and say she's sorry and be humble herself, that's how you can find a good woman. That's how you know if your woman's good. She's going to humble herself to you.
And there's a concept that we use in other places. I don't know why you don't look at it in a relationship, y'all. I've had a job where I did something wrong and they punished me. They wrote me up or whatever, and I just signed it. I ain't giving no argument. I knew I was in the wrong. I was just doing what I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't that big a deal. I was doing what I wanted to do. So I accept punishment if I'm caught. We all do something wrong. If you caught, do you accept the punishment or you don't accept the punishment? If somebody catch you speeding, you got to pay the ticket. Do you just be trying not to pay the ticket? I'm a man. I accept responsibility. Yeah, I was doing something wrong. You just caught me, so I'm going to pay this time. I ain't going to necessarily not do wrong in the future. I'll probably do wrong a little less, depending upon what the penalty is. But if you catch me, I'm going to handle it.
But Roger, we got to speak to it. And you said this before. It takes willpower to apply consequences. Black men want to essentially be a cool ass boss or a cool ass teacher. And we all know what happens to the cool ass teachers or the cool ass bosses. The students run over them and take advantage and it's not as effective, and it's a little bit harder to manage that institution when you a cool ass. The leadership is cool and don't really trip on nothing and don't really enforce consequences. If you've ever led anything yourself personally, I've ran work at my job and had to really build something from blueprint to finish. And I've had to manage teams of people doing that. And you can do that as a cool ass nigga with and don't really enforce nothing and don't really trip on nothing. But it's gonna be it's gonna be a janky ass job. Or you can put the effort into actually being a stern boss or a serious boss rather. That actually is going to apply. And black men got to learn to be cool with, or not even be cool with, but actually want to be an effective leader. Not this lazy ass, because a lot of guys want a perfect ass wife, a perfectly socialized wife, so they don't have to do the work of being a leader, a serious leader. So they got they imagine that she just going to do everything perfectly because she was raised right? That shit don't exist. You have to want to lead.
No, you absolutely correct. I'm gonna drop a link. I see somebody saying they want the link. I'm gonna drop the link for you in a second, but it is in the description. You could just go to the description. Link is right there. But if you can't find it, I'll drop the link in a minute for you. But yeah, I mean that's the truth. At the end of the day, black men gotta learn to punish women. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying this, y'all. Because most of the time when, you know what I'm saying, these people want the pursuit of being alpha, they never talk about being alpha to the woman. Nobody ever talks about, I ain't gonna say nobody, but for the most part, you don't hear men talking about how they're gonna punish a woman. A woman's not perfect. She's gonna do something wrong at some point in time. If you never punish your woman, how you love her? I just wonder about that.
Yeah, people kind of look at punishment incorrectly, right? Because punishment is actually another way of saying that I care about you. That's, if you're looking at it from like somebody's, trying to mistreat you or do something wrong, the people you don't care about, you just let them go run wild. You let them do whatever they're going to do, and without regard to the consequences, and somebody else will get to it, even if you don't do it. So basically, discipline and corrective action and punishment is actually a way to show that you actually love and care about somebody. The second you stop doing that, you don't care about them at that point. You're like, hey, do what you want. I don't even care.
Yeah. And you're right, Kev. I don't have kids myself, but I will say this. I have been a child. Why do I respect my parents? Because they punished me. You know what I'm saying? My parents, they know what time it was. Mama used to lecture the mess out of me. I had to wait 2 hours to get through the lecture just to get the whoop. You know what I'm saying? Which I now understand why she was doing that. You know, because the lecture was important because that was where the lesson was coming from. You know, my daddy tell me real stuff. You know, I'm complaining he finna give me a whooping. And he like, bro, you wanted this whooping. What do you know what I'm saying? You did X, Y, and Z. So you clearly wanted the whooping. You knew what was gonna happen once I found out. So you had a desire to get this whooping. And I got you. Because I love you. You know? And my thing is, how do you argue with logic like that? You know, I did something that I knew was gonna get him mad. I did something I knew was gonna create a problem, and I put him in a position to have to either correct me or let me go. He ain't gonna let me go. I know he ain't gonna let me go. So I clearly wanted the whooping at the end of the day. You know, I clearly, you know, and that's the only conclusion I could come to. I wouldn't have done it and got caught if I didn't want this whooping.
Yeah,
so
and
I
the
don't
other
know
thing,
why I wanted that whooping, but I wanted it.
yeah, well, the other part of that punishment too is in a corrective action is you do it that way, you control it, and and you teach them the lesson so that way no one else has to teach them that lesson, because the lesson coming from general society is going to be very painful. So and that's for women too. That's why you hear the women complaining about it, because what they're learning is the overall lesson, and when they learn the lesson from society, that's even worse because no one cares about them at that point.
Yeah. So you know, our thing is we keep trying to achieve this alpha stuff, but truth be told, it's a women-led thing. Because when we start talking about trying to achieve being an alpha, it's always just do what the woman wants you to do, without actually thinking about what it means, what it matter, what effects it's gonna have on the future, or anything like that. We're not concerned with their actual position, because I don't know how to protect the person that I can't tell what to do. You know, women say y'all controlling sometimes. Yeah, I am. Sometimes I'm gonna actually control you because I'm gonna tell you you can't do this and you can't do that. Yeah, that is exerting a level of control. But how do I love you and never exert any control over you? I gotta tell you what's right and what's wrong. Because if you get in trouble, you trying to call me to fix it, and I will fix some stuff. Now, some stuff I'm not too quick about because it depends on what I done told you beforehand. If you directly, totally disrespect what I said, I'm just gonna let you go through some stuff sometime. Because I'm gonna be like, well, you know, I told you X, Y, and Z. You obviously didn't believe me, so I'm letting you learn the hard way. So you got it. And you know, they'll get mad. I'm not gonna tell you this stuff is smooth or whatever the case is. No, they'll get mad. But my thing is, you had to go through this so you'll learn your lesson. I tried to give you a lesson where you didn't have to go through this stuff, but you obviously wanted to do it, so I let you have it. So no, I'm not coming to get you. And this was really effective in the world. Well, you didn't have Uber, you didn't have Lyft, and you know all these other ride share companies. A lot of times I get there when I get you call. I told you not to go there. Now all of a sudden it's a situation you're not comfortable with. I'm gonna get there when I get there. I don't fold real easy, y'all. I'm gonna get there when I'm get there. I'm doing something right now. I don't care if what I'm doing is that important or not. I'm doing something right now. You wanted to learn this lesson. I will get there when I get there, and that's just it. You know. So if you ain't gonna respect me, I'm not saying I'm teaching a woman how to respect me. I'm just letting you experience what life actually is, you know. And unless you get that experience, you ain't gonna act right. And you've already proven that. And ain't no point in me stressing about it. I don't stress about stuff I can't actually control, y'all. I'm never gonna do that. It's a waste of my time. And people get sick because they worried about stuff and they stressing about stuff, and then they start developing actual physical unhealthy issues going on in their body. I'm not going to the hospital for none of y'all because I'm worried. I ain't doing that.
They get mad at you, Roger, for not getting upset about it, for not adding on to the stress more than the actual offense or incursion that occurred, that happened, the situation itself. It's a weird dynamic where here it is. Okay, you want me to be mad. You want me to get off my square. You want me to wild out. But when I don't, and I have this is what it's going to be. This is the response from, this is my reaction to your response. And this is how I'm going to move forward. When you're that flat line, it drives them even more crazy because they want you off your square.
Yeah, and my thing is I can't worry about the result they want. I just got to do what's good for what's going on. So if we're in a relationship, I got to do what's good for the relationship. I can't be good to you and make you happy all the time. And I don't even consider it my job to make you happy. So that's why it don't make no difference to me. I'll let y'all know that now. I don't consider it my job to make any woman happy. If you can't figure that out on your own, we ain't gonna be together in the first place. Because I ain't messing with no woman that I can see ain't happy. You got to figure that out for yourself first. You know. Now I got a new panelist. Oh no, okay, you strong enough for me to bring you up. Mr. T. Now he leave when as soon as I say I got a new panel. Now he dip out. Okay, I don't know what that was, but I was about to bring you up, whoever that was. You know. But the thing is, you know, we pursue this alpha thing of always trying to be right and always good for the woman and all this type of stuff. And it's just nonsense at the end of the day. The only thing you're doing is setting yourself up to fail because I got to pay all the bills so I can make my woman happy. Now, I pay all the bills because it's a financial responsibility that I'm taking on. I'm not taking on a financial responsibility that is going to be too big for me to handle. Because my woman may want to live, let's say I got a woman, she want to live in a 4-bedroom house. I can only afford a 3-bedroom house. So the 4-bedroom house out the question. Now she may come to me and say, well, no, but I work too. You know, we can afford this. I'm never getting anything we can afford. I'm getting what I can afford because I can't depend on you to go to work. And that's just what it is at the end of the day. And people say, y'all, people look at this like it's a bad thing. No, it's a actual respectable thing. If you get pregnant and start having a bunch of kids, you may not want to go back. Now, I'm gonna be a husband that's making you go work, and you don't even want the job. So which one's worse? For me to just, we got to get the 3-bedroom because I can't afford the 4-bedroom, or you didn't had a bunch of babies and now I'm forced you to get back up and go to work for years, and you don't even want to be there. But we in the 4-bedroom house though.
Oh, you mean like going like $100,000 in debt for an engagement ring and a wedding ring when we can use that money to buy a house for the family? I'm just saying.
Oh, damn.
If you ain't rich and you buy $100,000 engagement,
yeah, I'm saying, what the hell?
More power to you, bro. That's all I can say.
Look, man, all they care about is that he went to Jared. Every kiss begins with K. That's all I keep hearing, man. What the hell?
Well, so the general rule is that your engagement, the ring should be no more than 3 months of your salary. So if you're already in debt, then come on now.
No, so Kev, you're saying that somebody that makes $32,000 a month.
3 months of your salary and anything less than that. Anything more than that is
No, man. See, that's that stuff Roger was talking about earlier. It ain't 3 months of your salary. It's 3 months of her salary. So 3 months of her salary is $600 because she work at Dollar Tree. Then she gonna get this 25-cent ring I got at the vending machine.
Okay.
That's how that shit work. We got to stop playing this game because we're on the wrong side of the conversation. And half of it has to do with our words. And I'm sick of these heifers out here thinking they hotness, and you ain't worth the bubble gum underneath a school desk. But they think they fresh, double mint. Get out of here, man. You stink. And we know you stink. Your BBL stink. Your breath stink. Your hair stink. But when we say, I don't like all that BBL, then we controlling. I don't like your breath stinking. We controlling. Hey, why don't you wash your behind? You can't control me. Well, then control your ass down the street and go get Brad out the trash and leave me the hell alone. But that's just me.
I don't want to make it too rough where people can't just do normal stuff because
my bad.
No. My thing is I don't want to think of I don't want to present like black women are just the lowest of the low and won't clean themselves and things like that. I don't want to present that. But I mean your point still stands at the end of the day. The point stands. But the thing is
the point is about cooperation. That's literally it. Cooperation and agreeability.
Yeah. Now I did just throw a link in the description real quick. If what Tie-Dye said they wanted to come up. I don't know if that's male or female. I ain't looked enough for comments really even know. But you're welcome to come if you're gonna come, y'all. And if you don't come pretty much soon, we gonna end this because y'all I do 3-hour shows. We are an hour past. Well, we are 58 minutes past. So we on overtime already as it is. Just so y'all know. I'm finna check the Cash App again real quick, see if something done came in. No placeholder. I appreciate your Cash App. I don't know if I said yours. I seen yours a minute ago. So thank you, my brother. Appreciate you big time for your Cash App. The thing is, y'all, this pursuit of being alpha you got to have an idea of why you're doing what you're doing. I'm not saying don't be inspired by your wife. I'm never gonna say that. I'm 100% pro wives. Okay, wives got to get really out of pocket for me to start talking against a wife. You know what I'm saying? You got to be like way out of pocket. Okay, because technically, I'm accepting that since a guy's married, he got to figure that out for himself. At the end of the day, I can throw in some advice a little bit here and there to hopefully help the man out. But if it's your wife, it's your problem. Ain't no getting out of it, man. You got to solve that for yourself at that point. Let me say shout out to There I Said It. Appreciate it. He says salute. And I got a $5 cash out from him. Y'all, there's a cash app I got. I just don't see who sent it yet. I don't see who sent it yet because somebody done sent a big one, another big one, either. Okay, all right. I don't see it, whoever that is with the big one, because I didn't see the number jump up. So whoever sent the big one, because there's somebody who sent maybe a $50 one or 60 something like that. Somebody sent something big. I just don't see it yet. When I see it, I'll definitely give you a shout out. And if I don't come in before I end the show, I'll definitely thank you tomorrow. But I see the number going up, so something big happened somewhere. I'm just waiting on it to pop up.
It was from Elizabeth because you about to go join her.
Shout out to Elizabeth.
Shout out to Elizabeth. Big Shirley messing up.
Yeah, but I do think y'all, you got to, at the end of the day, you got to let go of this alpha male because we're telling stuff that don't really match up. Shout out to Maurice November, y'all. I see something coming in with him. He says tuition installment. Hey, appreciate that, brother. Appreciate it. That's one of my favorite subs right there. He been rocking with me since I think the very first channel, y'all. I think the very first channel. Okay. So if y'all know what's going on over here, we done had a few channels went down. I think he been rocking with me since the very first one. So shout out to Maurice November, who can really say, y'all, I'm one of the day ones of the day ones. And that's real talk. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you, brother. Appreciate it big time. Appreciate it. Yeah, my thing is if we accept this alpha male concept, the way it's being portrayed now, then you are truly accepting that women are your leader. Because I can only be alpha based on what they say. Now, me as a person who grew up under a man's leadership, who brought me up under a lot of other men's leadership, I can't buy into it. It's just nonsense to me, y'all. Yeah, I told y'all before, I've been in Boy Scouts, y'all. So, okay, I had a scoutmaster. That's what they call them, scoutmasters, right? My father became an assistant scoutmaster just because he had a son that wanted to be in the scouts. And just how my family dynamic works, since one son wanted to be in scouts, we all had to get in. We didn't even have no option. You know, this is what it is now. And then my father became an assistant scoutmaster. Now, my thing is, I'm reading that as my father really loves me, because now as an adult, for me to think about the fact that my father actually became an assistant scoutmaster just because one of his sons wanted to participate in it, and then he drugged the other sons into it, and it ain't what we wanted to do, but he loved us enough to put us in good environments and get us around respectable men. Now, should I look at my father as less than because he wasn't the scoutmaster? Because he was only the assistant scoutmaster. So is he somebody or is he a nobody because he's not the top? I mean, that's how women tell us to think. If that ain't about the dumbest stuff ever, so I can only learn from one guy. He got to be at very top of whatever we talking about for me to learn anything from a man. I can't learn nothing from a vice president. Okay. I can't learn nothing from a guy who gets to go to the big meetings. I can't learn nothing from the guy who's just an entry-level employee. I can only learn stuff from the owner of a company. But that's how women tell us to think. And we start pursuing this stuff, trying to say I'm an alpha. And I'm going to tell y'all straight up, the reason men like to call themselves alpha, whether it's directly or indirectly, because they like to say I'm better than you niggas because they think like women. Because women are always doing that to each other. They're always trying to give a communication to other women that I'm better than you. Can we stop acting like girls as grown men?
Yeah, so Ron, just real quick, you know what the irony and the stupidity of that is that if you actually listen and you do what women say and you allow them to lead you, they won't even respect you for it. They will actually applaud you for listening to them. Damn, this guy does exactly what I say. He won't even challenge me. Anything I say, he does it. They do not respect that.
Very true statement. Very true statement.
I think it's a perversion of.
Hold on, before you go, let me say this, and I'm gonna let you go right after that. I'm gonna bring up another guest, Vincent. I don't see what the last name is, but Vincent. Right after Urban Reed gets through talking, I'm gonna give you the floor because I'm gonna dip out for a second and come back, y'all. But I'm gonna give Vincent, welcome to the show, number one. But he'll have the floor right after Urban gets through speaking. All right, go ahead, Urban.
Yeah, man. Kind of lost my train of thought, having an H rebel moment.
My bad, brother.
That's all good. It's all good.
Bad.
Go ahead and present them, and I'll bring it back.
All right, Vincent, you got the flow. What's going on?
Peace. Hey, I'm gonna try to be concise. I just want to breathe real quick on this. I don't know if anybody said any of what I'm about to say.
Vincent, how you been here before?
Yeah.
Okay, you must have used a different name. I definitely recognize your voice. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if you know, Raj, but I'm in school for psychology and stuff. I'm getting my master's, and I do a lot of studying on things like this. And I've been sitting around contemplating, thinking about this masculinity, femininity stuff, and everything, and really trying to understand it for what it is. And when we talk about alpha males, when we say alpha males and stuff like that, we really have a poor understanding of what it is, where it came from. And I'm pretty sure what's been said about the origin, where it came from, and even the person who came out with the concept corrected it. Everybody told him, "Hey, yo, you shut up. This is what we're running with right now." So we have a false sense of understanding what an alpha male is in terms of masculinity, and when we follow that and we lead and we go with that, we have the wrong understanding of what that is. An alpha male is a male a male specimen, or whatever you want to use the word for, a male that is basically a father and we could say a nourisher, or whatever that is, the one who feeds and teaches things like that. And we're following BS, and we get what we get from it. So when we say we're alpha male, stuff like that, and we're imitating something that's hyper masculine or violent and all the other stuff, we end up acting like sociopaths. So when women say I want an alpha male, she usually saying I want a sociopath. That's what I'm getting from it. Someone who, when we use the word antisocial, we don't understand the word antisocial when we use it. That's pretty much like, diagnostically, someone more so like the Joker, someone who's like that. So I don't think black males are alpha males, or should be alpha males in that sense. We should be more like, what nature shows us what masculinity is, or what the masculine principle is, rather than trying to be, that one, the top of the top and things like that. Because when we form hierarchies, we form it more so on competence and function, and not like, deviancy and things like that, or selfishness, or whatever the case may be. And that's pretty much what I had.
Appreciate that. Am I muted? Can y'all hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that was really well said. Since Roger's got to do something, I'll kind of piggyback. I think if I understand things correctly, we got to stop. We have to stop. There is no such thing as hypermasculinity. That's a false narrative. That's a false term. Each time we buy into these weird ass terms and words, we're painting a narrative we don't realize we're painting. Whether in defense of it, whether in or pro, whether for or against is the wrong argument. We need total rejection. You can't. There is no such thing as toxic male. There is. If you being a man is toxic, there is no such thing as hyper masculinity. Either you're masculine or you're not. Go ahead.
I say this.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not hyper masculine, we could say over aggressive or overly aggressive, meaning someone do too much over a situation that's very simple and small. Meaning something like I smacked someone because they accidentally bumped into me, instead of saying, "Hey."
Now, let's now I want to capture the moment. You just change it. Now you just changed to over aggressive. Is a rabid dog foaming at the mouth just an aggressive dog, or is he an alpha dog?
That's actually a good point, because masculinity is a good thing. So isn't happy masculinity even more of a good thing? I
You
mean, wouldn't
would
that be the
you would think
doesn't
that.
logic dictate that?
That's logic does dictate that. But again, if you have it's again just like with anything, just like with construction. I can build whatever building I want to, but if I don't lay down and establish my foundation, it doesn't matter how much I build on it, it's going to collapse due to its own weight. And it's the same thing here. We fall into arguing these terms that does not exist. Or when they create a new term and change the definition, now I got to understand what language code am I using just to have a basic conversation. And it goes back to the whole, again, I'm gonna use the quote unquote alpha male dating strategy. So you mean to tell me it's alpha just to be able to go to a woman and say, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying, and start a conversation. Now the reason why that's so important is not because of what the man is doing, but how the woman is going to respond to said engagement. Well, he gave me the ick. Well, what's an ick? You know what I'm saying? Because if
When
if
when
if
you
the
hear them
next
say that, most of them can't even explain it.
right, and they can't explain it.
Basically, a lot of times it's just the guy's not attracted to him. You know, the guy wants him, he's interested, but he doesn't turn them on, so they got to come up with another reason to explain why. Instead of just saying, "Look, I'm not attracted," and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there are women that will come on to you and you're not attracted to them, and you just tell them, "Hey, you know, I'm not interested." And if they push it, you say, "Look, I'm not attracted to you." You're just gonna have to be honest with them. Like Roger said, sometimes you got to make them cry. It is what it is. But speaking of hyper masculinity and how women reframe it to make it negative, have you ever heard them use the phrase hyper femininity and make it negative? Have you ever heard them use that?
I never heard the term, and I never got that association ever.
But do you see the psychological manipulation there? Like, man, look, CNC is right. Compassion and College is right. Man, they are good. You just have to be able to recognize the foolishness and understand that, and be able to, I'm not gonna say outsmart them, but I mean just recognize the techniques they're using and the manipulation, and be able to fight back against it, or not, just shut it down. Like, now.
Well, you know what, Kev? A man's greatest weapon is what's the complaint of us in society. We're ignorant. We don't read. Learn our words. We need to start. We can do more. At least let me say from my own personal experience. I have done more to change the young men around in my life by actually taking them and explaining what words mean. And once they have a greater understanding and mastery of what these words mean, when they hear these words in conversation, now they're able to call out, well, that don't mean that. I hear what you're saying, but that's not what this means. Or I hear what you mean, but that's not what you're saying. And once you can expose that, the devil don't like that, because the devil's the author of confusion. And it creates a quote unquote sanctuary or safe space around your peace, your mind. And that's where we fail as men, young men, older men. Let me teach the next generation, this is what you need to do, so that you're not ignorant going out here, because they're going to play on our ignorance, and they are very good at it. I mean, very good at it.
Well, to that point, since I'm back, I've had women come to my shows in the past, and they'll say stuff, and they'll try to change up the meaning of words, and I just simply don't let them. We're not going to accept that over here. We're going to accept the English language for what it is. It's cool if you do something that's slang, because I can accept some slang, because slang don't change the meaning of a word. It just adds another definition of a word. It doesn't change the meaning. A slang term never stops the first term from being what it is. Women try to change the definitions of things, and things will change over time once people accept it. And at the end of the day, as men, stop accepting nonsense. That's really what it is. We have not been trained to not accept nonsense from women, because we've been socialized to be afraid of. You can't tell me nonsense and I'm just going to act like it's not nonsense. It just is what it is. I don't really care how you feel about it. So yeah, if you can cry about it, and my thing is, that's good that you're crying about it, because you're supposed to lose at a lot of stuff in life. And when you lose enough in life, you'll learn to win. That's what happens after losing. You start figuring out why you lost. So my thing is, I can't get caught up in how people feel. And the thing is, a lot of folks don't separate, and women are great at this. You don't separate feelings from reality. A woman said, well, I feel like you saying, and I'll just stop it right then. Well, we don't care nothing about how you feel because I can't do anything with a feeling. You're allowed to feel any way you want about any situation.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were talking about yesterday: the emotional argument versus the legal argument, or the emotional argument versus the logical argument.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's people that feel like your death is a great thing. I can't say they wrong for feeling that way. I may not agree with them, but they have a right to feel like your death is the greatest thing on earth. You know?
Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it this way. We like to simplify. Accountability is a compound word, so let's simplify. Do women have a problem with the ability, or do they have a problem with the account?
I mean, a lot of them.
Right. They got a problem with your account.
It's more with the account versus the
right,
ability.
and that's the ability. So what are they really talking about?
Yeah. But my thing is that's why men have to set a tone about what we're going to do. I understand women like to control just about everything. I just don't have any concern that women want to control just about everything. If I'm gonna do something with you, we're gonna do it the way we both understand it. If we're gonna use words in the English language, we're gonna use them the way they're designed to be used. I'm not gonna just play games with people. Again, I can accept some slang, but I'm not gonna accept some woman just come up here saying any random thing, and which may be a issue with some women ain't so comfortable coming over here because they know I ain't gonna let them play.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying is that the fish got you bad to the bone, mama. Because you speak jive and she can speak jive, and y'all can have a conversation about this bad fish. But everybody else can't have that conversation because you ain't privy, because you don't speak the language.
Well, the thing is, even when it comes to slang, there's an understanding of what the words mean. It's not, I'm gonna make it up as I go. I don't let women make it up as they go. You know, and then the thing is, when you deal with someone's feelings, they can make up anything because anybody can say they feel like, you know, I done said so many times, people can feel like a Chevy's a Porsche. When I come outside, I'm gonna see a Chevy. And you can feel like it's a Porsche all day long. When I come outside and I look at it, I'm gonna see a Chevy. It's that simple at the end of the day.
Chevy don't run like Porsche.
Hey, you can, hey, however you want to do it, because I know one show y'all was messing with me talking about that Corvette. That Corvette still gonna be a Chevy when it's all said and done. You know
that 300 still a Chrysler. It ain't a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, you can feel like it's a Rolls Royce, but when I come look at it, it's gonna be a Chrysler. Just it's that simple at the end of the day. So I don't get into all this playground area with women, and I think a lot of men do because they want to let women control stuff because we're so used to not being in control, and some of us are not even comfortable being in control. And I don't think that's something men should feel bad about. I think that's something men should accept about themselves and then try to create a corrective action so you will no longer be that way. When I'm in charge, it makes sense to me. I've never been in charge and it didn't make sense to me. And that's just real talk. Other men, sometimes somebody put you in charge, you just not comfortable. I ain't never uncomfortable being in charge. If I don't know what I'm doing, even if it's a situation I really don't know what I'm doing, I'm fine with being in charge because you know what I'm gonna do as a person in charge? I'm gonna immediately start finding the people who do know what they're doing and appoint them to certain positions. So we don't crash and burn, whatever the situation is at the end of the day. And a good leader knows how to defer. Which is why, when Chef Mike said earlier about, I'm not going to let somebody on the panel say something and just not go with what they said, because I think I'm a dumb leader if somebody gives a great idea and I'm not cool with it. I hear it's great. It makes all the sense in the world, but I'm going to disagree for the sake of disagreeing. It just don't even make sense to me. And I don't see great leaders do that.
Unless it's Michael Jordan. Finish your sentence, sir.
No, Michael Jordan, he got a limit too. He got a limit too now. He can't say nothing that don't make no sense at all. And I'm just gonna rock with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he would, but I ain't gonna let anybody just go and they don't make no sense at all. My platform has always been where anybody can take any position they want. I don't care what your position is. The only thing you got to do is articulate it in a respectful way. I've even tried to let white supremacists get on here and give their opinion about stuff. The issue with them is because they had that white supremacist mindset so much they can't say it in a respectful way. Now, my thing, I ain't gonna let you say it all disrespectful. If you can articulate it in a respectful way, I'm gonna let you get your position out because I don't care what your position is. And if I'm right, I'm gonna beat you anyway. You ain't got to be that great if you're right. You got to be great if you're wrong.
Well, even with racism, even if they can articulate it, it doesn't matter because it is still going to be wrong. Because racism is you can easily tear apart and deconstruct racism and prove anything wrong as it relates to ideology in that respect.
I mean, that's true, but I'm saying,
and that's actually too easy, by the way.
And I'm saying, generally, in any context, you can be the most well-versed person if they come in up with a bunch of BS and you got the truth. If you right, you're usually gonna win, so you don't have to worry about it. I never do. You know, if I'm right, I'm gonna win anyway. So I ain't worried about what you're gonna say.
Yeah, when you're right, when you're correct about something, and especially if you're in a quote unquote heated engagement of conversation, you're not gonna get and start yelling, raising your voice, this, that, and the other. You'll probably say cool, calm, and collected, and then the person that's in your opposition, the first thing they're gonna do is come with the ad hominems and stuff like that. But there is a thin line though. And between having a passion for what you speak about versus just being obstinate, if that makes sense.
I mean, you can be as passionate as you want, as long as you're respectful, you're good to go. When you can't be respectful, I'm gonna have to get you up out of here at the end of the day, or I'm gonna have to I'm gonna say, because I don't really throw people off, but I got a pit crew that can throw people off. So shout out to the pit crew. Okay, y'all know who y'all are. Chef Mike's Roundtable, my main man, Mr. Suge, to you, my main man, J-Dub. Hey, when y'all want to throw somebody off, y'all throw somebody off. Because we had a show not too long ago, and you know what, y'all, we was questioning how people didn't get thrown off of that show, but y'all didn't make that move. Y'all see, I don't really throw people off. You know what I'm saying? I have totally relieved myself of that responsibility because I know I wait way too long to throw somebody off. So I just gave it to somebody who would just go and do it. Okay. But for those three guys, they can throw people off whenever they want to. And understand, as an audience member, y'all, if they throw you off, I'm not bringing you back. It's over with. We're going to go with what they say. And if they hit you with you can't come back for a week, then you can't come back for a week. If they say you can't come back for a month, you can't come back for a month. I don't care what's going on. I don't give nobody a position so I can, surpass their authority. Why I give them the authority if I always want to surpass whatever they said? I ain't doing stuff like that. Okay? Because I don't have to be the quote unquote alpha. I don't have to show people I'm in control all the time. I'm not trying to prove something to people like that, man. The greatness comes in packs. Real talk. You can be great on your own, but greatness gonna always come with a team.
So what you're saying is Chef Mike and the crew, they only serve well done steaks. So don't ask them for no medium rare because they only serve one thing around here.
I'm telling you, when it's over, man. I can't say.
And if you call Chef Mike steak chewy, it don't come back.
Now, and I'm gonna say this: Chef Mike he said, I wasn't on that day at Roger. I know he wasn't there, and I know Mr. Shook to you wasn't there. Now J-Dub was there, and I'm not saying this to put J-Dub on the spot. What I'm doing is making sure J-Dub knows if it gets out of the pocket, man, for you can end it all, brother. You can throw people off. I just want to make sure the pit crew understands they can throw off people if it gets too out of pocket. Because I know I'm gonna be real slow about throwing people off if I'm gonna do it. So if y'all think it's getting out of control, hey, y'all got that power, man. No soup for you from Mr. Suge to you or J-Dub. Just to make sure y'all clear that y'all have that power. That's all I'm doing. I'm just making sure y'all clear that y'all know y'all have that power. Okay. Now, I don't think being, I think we can get a lot of progress done if black men let go of this alpha term when it comes to in the context of women. I don't need you to be an alpha for me to respect you. If you've done something that's worth respecting, I'm automatically going to respect you. Number one, I'm going to respect you as a black man anyway. Okay. I'm going to say shout out to Dennis Sperling. Dennis Sperling is a lawyer with a law firm. I don't need him to be considered an alpha for me to respect him. I understand the type of work that you have to put in to achieve what he has. So I have no reason to be disrespectful toward him. He did a lot of work to get in his position. Okay. I got to respect it. Okay. I'm going to say Obsidian. He's just a brother that came from nowhere and said, let me do what I do. And Obsidian has made a lot of progress over time. He put a lot of work in to get into his position. I don't need him to be considered no alpha for me to respect. It's that simple at the end of the day. I don't care whether the dude is considered handsome, ugly, whatever the case is. Even Tommy Sotomayor, I got a good amount of respect for Tommy Sotomayor. Why? I know a lot of people don't like him. But again, somebody asked me to check him out a long time ago. A woman came to me and said, well, can you check out Tommy Sotomayor? Because I think we need to do something about this guy, blah, 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 blah. And this is years ago. I don't think I was even making content at the time. This was me really learning who Tommy Sotomayor was. So I looked at about 10 videos of Tommy Sotomayor. I went right back to the woman who told me he was bad. And I literally said, I watched the man videos. He talking about stuff and he literally playing videos in the background and stuff he talking about. What you want me to say about the guy? He's a bad guy. He got a video playing talking about how bad black women are while he's literally showing the video. How is he the bad guy? Now, that was a personal friend of mine. They didn't take that the best way. They just didn't argue with it because the proof was in the pudding at the end of the day. You know? And if you ever wondering, that's why I put a lot of links in. I don't put a link in every show. I didn't put a link in this show, but I do drop a lot of links just so there's proof going along with a lot of stuff I say. You know, the concepts I do, whatever the case is. I just use people as example because I want people to know we don't do false narratives over here at the Roger Report Live. If I catch you lying, I'm gonna stop you. Now, I ain't saying I'm gonna catch everybody, but if I catch you lying, I'm gonna stop you. Go ahead.
The critique I will have with Sotomayor is he's actually good when he's providing proof. You can't dispute that. It's when he's speaking generally off the top of his dome and just kind of making a bunch of statements that have some validity, but spewing half truths, and then exacerbating that to the point of hyperbole. That would be my criticism.
Well, my thing is, you shouldn't just make up stuff or exacerbate stuff for audience effect. I know a lot of people do that and people try to come up with shocking moments. I'm not saying Tommy Sotomayor does that because I don't really watch him like that. But when I was asked to specifically check them out, I watched 10 videos. In all 10 videos, he was talking about people and the video was literally playing in the background. And my thing is, how do I criticize a guy for his opinion on what he's talking about in the video playing right next to his head? You know, I can't be on your side. You know, I can't. Now, maybe if I caught him doing something different, maybe I would say something different. But you can't show me the evidence and then I think you crazy. That don't make no sense to me. Okay? I got to make this good decision about what's going on in my life. All right?
Well,
but I do think...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, back to the topic and coming full circle. I think a great question, because you was bringing up movies or examples. So I think a great question would be, if y'all remember Lean on Me, Joe Clark got cussed out by Robert Guillaume, and there was a whole point of who's the HNIC. You know, now to everybody in the school, you know what I'm saying? Joe Clark is the leader. He's the one. He is that man. However, when presented, with Robert Guillaume, he's like, yeah, you're making my life harder. And he's like, well, you brought me here to do this stuff, so that's what I'm doing. They had a disagreement of viewpoint, but they came together in understanding, and it wasn't a question about even though HNIC was the subject, it wasn't the object of conversation. If that makes sense.
You know what? That's a great point. And I'm gonna say, even here, y'all, if you've been watching over the years, y'all know when it comes to Black Rule, I don't really test Black Rule or whatever the case is, because number one, and I'm gonna make this clear to y'all too, if you don't get it yet. The reason I show Black Rule so much respect is because he is an older gentleman. And my thing is, if people have a certain amount of years over you, you should automatically give them an extra level of respect. Not the same respect that you would give your peer. I don't look at people who way older than me as my peer, and I never will. They've lived some things that I haven't had to live. They've done some things that I haven't had to do. The people in the past made it better for me. And I respect that and I understand that, which is why there's so many times that I say, y'all should really think about the people right after slavery who sacrificed and did all kinds of stuff to go sharecrop with the same master that he was just enslaved with. It take a lot of manhood to do something like that. Real talk. To say, look, well, we free, but we ain't got nothing, so I gotta go make a deal with this same slave master that was whooping us and all kinds of stuff. That take a level of manhood that most of us probably would never even think about. But it was there. So I've had people who come. It was one person I just specifically addressed in the chat. He said, "Man, I don't even come to the show for you, Roger. I come for Black Uru." Now I could have took that as a slight and said, "Okay, this man is trying to say Black Uru is more alpha than me." See, that's what I would do because that's how girls think, you know. But I didn't do that. I just said, "Bro, if Black Uru got you here, I wanted you here. Problem solved." I don't go in little arguments with people because they're challenging my alpha status. I don't care. Okay, I'm trying to do a show that's going to be good for our people. I don't care why you're listening. If somebody listen only because Kevin C come, I'm glad you're here. If you only listen because no placeholder come up sometime, I'm glad you're here. I don't care what your reason is. I'm just glad you're here. I even like the people who come that just listen so they can have something to talk bad about me on. You still here at the end of the day. Even the greatest idiots might have a seed or two dropping their head and it's gonna grow at some point in time. So I don't care why you're here. I just want you to be here. And that's real talk. Because I don't buy into all this alpha stuff that there can only be one. Now we say that, y'all, the Highlander of the show is just a nice joke we run over here at the Roger Report Live. But I don't believe in no Highlander stuff. I don't care where I get good information from. I don't care who gave it to me. I don't care if you're my enemy. If I get good information, I'm taking it and I'm going to use it. And I have suggested that sometimes you even got to use some of the stunts of your enemies if you see that stunt is effective. You know, my enemies taught me that sometimes when you're out in society and you have an issue with people, you need to make them a project. I'm going to mess with you, period, until I get the results I wanted. Maybe I want you fired from your job. Well, I'm gonna do something with the company you work for, and I'm gonna turn into an issue because I do have free time at this time every day or every week or whatever, and I'm just gonna make it a project to get you gone. Why? So you'll learn to respect Black men. I'm not doing that just for myself. I'm doing that for us because I don't need to be the alpha. I don't need people to give me the credit. I'm just doing it for us.
If imitation wasn't such a great thing, James Amos wouldn't have McDowell's.
Shout out to all the people.
Yeah. And look at his daughter, and look at his other daughter, and how they pursued the prince when they thought the prince had money versus when the one that had the soul glow. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Now we ain't had it back over at the new channel yet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna say shout out to McDowell's Human Resources Department, y'all. I don't care what your name is. That is my favorite name. In all of social media, the gentleman who uses McDowell's Human Resource Department, that guy is a genius. But y'all, we are 4 hours and 32 minutes actually into this. So I'm gonna bring this to a close, y'all. We are an hour and a half into overtime. So I think we done gave y'all a great show. I appreciate everybody who sent in some funds. I'm double checking again right now to try to see who gave this other one that seemed to be pretty big. Oh, y'all, I do got one from Sarah Barrett, though. I do see that. Sarah Better hits me with the $10. Shout out to you, Sarah. I appreciate you big time. You don't even understand. I definitely appreciate you big time, okay? And that's real talk. So thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Shout out to There I Said It. He said salute. I think I said that, but just to make sure, I want to make sure I get that in. So shout out to all y'all. Appreciate it big time. I cannot do this the same way without y'all. And y'all, I take all dollars. Little dollars, big dollars, all dollars, okay? It all adds up at the end of the day.
That's right. Roger he accepts the kind that jingles, but he'll prefer the kind that folds. Y'all gonna watch this. We're gonna have to do a Coming to America movie review, because we got to go back to the beginning here and get some of these lost concepts. So yeah, give him the Terrell Bentley tax of 57 cents. We want that change, but we want the one that folds. Now, come on now.
Hey, that's real talk. That's real talk. All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna get on up. Well, you know what? Is anybody want to say anything before I shut this on down? Anybody want to say anything before we go?
Stay Black, pay your taxes, and die. That's all you got to do. If she can get in where she can fit in, good. If not, replace her.
Okay, H-Revs, I seen you.
Those are the only things you have to do. No, I was gonna say those are the only things you have to do is stay Black and But anyway, I'm good, Roger. I was actually got something to say to you in the back chat though.
Okay.
Because I want to get you guys' opinion on it.
All right. I'm gonna take it. You other gentlemen ain't trying to say nothing right about now.
I'll catch you in the back.
Okay. All right, y'all. Then we out of here. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. For you new people, make sure you subscribe to this channel if you new, because some of y'all may have just found me for the first time. Y'all don't know the history over here. It's hard. It's hard over here, y'all. It's hard because we do the realest stuff over here. But everybody, make sure y'all put a like on the video, okay? Because back in the day, y'all used to cheat me for them likes. Make sure y'all give me them likes. Real talk, y'all. I'm gonna stress about these likes if I'm gonna stress about anything. Give me these likes. All right. And I don't care when you go back and see a show, hit the like if you ain't did it already. I don't care if it's a year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, whatever. Always hit that like button. It helps. So y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.